Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I hope it was my test, but I guess I was live. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 17th. Yes, yes, yes. You guys can hear me. Great. Can see my screen. That was my next. My name, though, is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So, disclosure, I am short key, guys. I am short just underneath 10. I mentioned it broke underneath 10. And we'll see what happens with this one. I mean, just an absolute disaster for this company. They're talking about restructuring talks. Anyway, I am short. We'll see what happens. If it gets back up to 10, I'll cover my position. But so I really haven't had a chance to do a lot of other scouring this morning. I had some other things I had to take care of, but a couple of things that popped out. NNOX. Now that got up to 1044 and then back down to 10,967. So was there any news in this one? Okay, this is an earnings play. So NNOX is actually an earnings play. Okay, guys, I'm out of the he. I'm going to take a look at it later on, not with another break underneath 10. AHI, is this an earnings play? No, AHI, big gap up. Trying to see the news on this one. Thames overseas R&D reimbursement, etc., etc., etc. So there is some news for AHI. Wolf is an earnings play. Wolf is an earnings play. And let's see now. I'm sorry, I got GNS up. I don't know why I've got that one up. Wolf is an earnings play. Big gap down on earnings. Big float, 123 million, down 17%. Let's see. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 43. So it's about $1 away from that. If it can take that out, then you've got down to 39.40. Okay, and now, sorry, Children's Place, PLCE. PLCE is another earnings play, Children's Place, PLCE. Nice gap up for it on earnings. The next high looking left on the daily chart, some room, but $1 to the next high on the daily chart, PLCE. Now we're actually in for a nice open, positive open to start anyway. Also, take a look at KWEB, guys. KWEB. So the China stocks are moving again. It's been all over the place over the last few days. Look at these look at the daily candles. So anyway, we've got a big pop in China this morning. Just give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment. Yeah, Tony, I'm looking at your comments about a 4 hour chart. I mean, here's a 15-minute chart. Here are the candles. 4 hour chart. We'll have 4 hour candles. I mean, we don't have 4 hours. I think we only go up to an hour, but I mean, it's just a matter of looking at the candles. It's really no different from any other, be it 1 minute, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 4 hours. Really no different. All right, guys. Okay, you know what I was not talking about. Got back into the HE. That was my delay. I got underneath 10 again. Now I'm gonna watch it. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna watch this he now for a while. So you're on your own. I want to see if it's already had a great, I hate to call it great collapse, but it's a big collapse under 10. Check it out the first time. And one of the reasons I do it now before the market opens, I don't trade in the pre-market that often, but with this uptick rule, you can get a fill immediately, as long as you have shorts available, of course, for the stock. But with the uptick rule, if the stock is down 10%, sometimes it's not as easy to get the shorts. So even if shorts are available. So that's why I've taken it in the pre-market again. DFS, as I scour other stuff. DFS, good morning, Brooke. DFS, somebody said they're looking for a new CEO. And on that basis, I guess it popped. I don't see that news. I don't see the news for DFS that they're doing that. Not saying they're not, but somebody posted that they're looking for a new a DFS. Looking for a new DFS. Looking for a new CEO for a DFS. Yeah, Cass, I didn't see that as a headline for DFS. I was looking for that. Well, there it is. We've got it. Funny that I can't see it in Interactive Brokers. So CEO departure and FDIC probe beginning. Oh my goodness. He is just what a disaster. Just TPR. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm very distracted this morning. Very, very distracted this morning. TPR, Tapestry, TPR. Didn't see that coming. Okay, Tapestry. Yeah, wow, big gap down for Tapestry. August 17th pre-market. So last week they had a big gap down, and the first 2 days of this week and now it's below everything here. So the next low looking left on the weekly chart, 33.43. So it's close to that. If it can get through that, wow, 29.63 for TPR. So that's something definitely to be watching. Wow, HE, holy smokes, guys. Boy. Okay, okay. You might be right, PJ. I mean, it's obviously it's super extended on the downside, but no, I'll take some off right now anyway because it's getting close to 9, just because of that whole number. I did something I don't often do though. You know, I had my initial short position and I got stopped out. And then when went under 10 again, this was not called revenge trading in my head anyway, but I went bigger than I normally would because I thought, okay, this is the time taking out 10 the second time. Don't normally do that, but you know, that was sort of a gut feeling for myself. So far, so good. Meanwhile, I'm hearing Wolf. Better get to these upgrades and downgrades, guys. Let's see what we've got in store today. So interesting. Don't have too many of either downgrades nor upgrades. So let's see if there's anything interesting. Well, guys, listen. You're talking about the link to the trading room. You want to help? Email the company. You know, if you feel so inclined, email the company. Why are you bearing the link? That's all I'm going to say about it. Okay. Support at trade-ideas.com. I've been telling you guys for a long time, you know, we got to get, you know, take out a subscription using my link. You know, we're trying to keep the room free. We're trying to keep the room at all. How's that, guys, for a big announcement? Okay, so support at trade-ideas.com. If you know, if you're saying you can't find that, well, I know you can find it, you're in the room, but yeah, it's not easy to find. Go to support at trade-ideas.com. If you feel so inclined, it says, hey, why are you bearing the trading room link? No, there's no way to send a private message, Lori. I think Tony, though, listen, don't. I think what's happening is that you know, you read somewhere, or Steve said something about I use a 4 hour chart. I would just, you know, kind of whittle everything down. You know, you're going to see lots of information about, you know, things if you go on the internet or listen to even people like myself or Steve or Andy. If you go into the YouTube room, you know, try not to jump all over the place here. I know you're brand new and this is for anybody else who's you know, brand new to trading. Um, don't worry so much about it. Okay. It's not that important, honestly. Okay, guys. Again, let me take a look at the upgrades and the downgrades. Adobe, big upgrade for Adobe. Okay, now I got the downgrade. See if there's anything interesting there. I didn't really see anything interesting in the upgrade section. Yeah, I see a couple of downgrades for CEQP. I'm going to check that one out when I finish getting the list in. So again, not too many upgrades nor downgrades. Well, you could always put it in general market talk, Lori. Okay, you could put it in general market talk because that's what it is. The reason we don't have private messaging between this is a free room, okay? And I have to have a way of monitoring things. So if we had private messaging between members, it would well, I hope you can understand why that would not be a good thing. Okay, sorry guys. Again, I'm very distracted this morning. CEQP. Take a look at CEQP. They had a couple of downgrades for CEQP. Let's see if those downgrades have hit them at all. CEQ, interesting. There's nothing. So Scotiabank, Wells Fargo, Crestwood Equity. Um, I see at least four downgrades for CEQP today, and I don't really see any reaction yet. Just look at the pre-market in the SPY, Chris. Okay, there's the SPY. The SPY is up right now. One point. Well, at 1.51, the SPY is up from yesterday's close. So that's how I know we're in for a positive open to begin with. Oh, but yeah, Lori, but that's exactly the reason for this general market talk. That's a perfect reason for it. I want to explain to Tony in a little more detail, but just like Real is saying, don't get anybody, but Tony especially right now. It's not that important to understand. Try to figure out the reasoning behind why somebody would use a 4-hour chart. Okay, just not that important. Just one moment, please. Well, Solo will have no idea if SQ will be a good setup for longs later. I mean, you have to wait for the market to open. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's been going down for the last few days. Right now, there's no indication it's going to move higher. There's no action yet. So The only thing I can see is that there might be some support around 55. ABVC guys on the move here. ABVC on the move. Is it ever on the move? Cooperation agreement for strategic investments. Okay, so there's ABVC guys on the move. Well, thanks, PJ, for the little yeah. So the big pop now for HE back to 10. So it was a good trade for me. I was hoping it might take out 9, but that's okay. I can concentrate on other stuff. Probably TPC guys. TPC is a definitely one that is of interest. Big gap down. Still room to move. Still room to move. I'm sorry, not TPC. Of course, I meant TPR. So definitely keep an eye on this TPR. I mean, there's a great move down. 2 days last week, it was almost like people knew, but last week just had a big hammering down. What are we? Thursday now, so this week it's been down, and we're below the two lows of this week and last week. We're right at them. And then the next lows again are about 34, and then underneath that 33.40, and then boy, if it takes out that out, 29. So definitely one to watch. Definitely one to watch. Yeah, I do see. I add mod. I do see it. Mod is the reason I didn't talk too much about it is because it did have the big pop after hours, 152. It has pulled back quite a bit. Still up 23%. Lots of volume. So yeah, I mean, you never know. I've sort of soured on these little ones for a while, though. I have to admit, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about it. Very choppy 15-minute chart right now for mod MODD. Okay, let's take a quick look at the sectors. Sector status. Okay, anybody who's having a trouble finding the like people who are in the room right now, you know how to find it. I'm more worried about people who have blunder onto our website, will have no idea there's a trading room. But listen, you can help by just going to support at trade-ideas.com and say, hey, how come you buried the trading room link? Okay. If you want to take 2 seconds and just say that, the more and the emails will pile up and the company will see it. That's all I can say. All right, so here are the major sectors. So just to, and this is why I was saying we're in for a positive open. So you can see every sector is at least over 50%. So take a look at energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you say 95 or not right now, 91% green, that means that 91% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So when you start looking at the other sectors, you see communications 90%, 78%, etc. So somebody asked me the question, how do I know the market's in for a positive open? Doesn't mean that it's going to be like that way all day long, of course, but as we speak, we're in for a positive open. All the major sectors are over 50%. Yeah, I'll look at HE again. Believe it or not, if it takes out 9, but by that time I may not be able to get it because the market will be open. And again, that uptick will probably, well, it'll definitely be in effect. I don't know how many at Interactive Brokers right now. In fact, I'm a little surprised they didn't put a halt on that, or make it harder to short. Or there's still 522,000 shares available. I'm surprised they've not been all snapped up. That's at Interactive Brokers. UK buck. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. You can be in this room and on the web-based version. You should be. Like, I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean, UK. You know what? Maybe go to I'm just aware of this new room right now myself, or new page. I know they were working on it, but if you go to support a trade, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I don't think you're asking. Just give me a moment. I don't think you're asking, can I be? Okay, I have no answer for that. It's possible because it's brand new, the room, that has not been looked at. Okay, so I have no answer for that. I'm sorry. So when I look left, the first thing I look at is the daily chart. Okay, because what's going on here? Why is it surfing? So yeah, the first thing I look at is the daily chart, and if, for instance, here's CHK. Okay, the price is 87.89. If I look left and everything I see on the daily chart is underneath that current price, then that's when I start looking onto the to the weekly chart. I could start to zoom in on the daily, to get more candles. I know I could do that, obviously, but I prefer to just look at the weekly chart. So does that make sense? So so right now, I mean, this is not exactly because but imagine this was the current daily chart, and I'm looking here, and I can't see anything when I look left. Okay, the reason I had to excuse me, I had to click the right arrow. Does that make sense? And if in theory, if I didn't see anything on the weekly chart, then I would click on my monthly time frame. But usually, I'll see something on the weekly. Usually, on the weekly is when I'll try to zoom in and out. Less than a minute. Okay, guys. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to shut this down. I typically, again, I know I traded in the pre-market, but I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, guys, we are now open for business. So let's see what's happening right off the bat. So we've got one daily reversal right off the bat. This AHAI, sorry, AHI, sorry, not AHAI. AHI that was down big yesterday. Big level for it right here. I mean, $5. I mean, you can see right there, there's a high, 522, 510. And then if it can break through that, then the next high is 668. So yeah, certainly keep an eye on the AHI. I mean, this could just blast right from the beginning. I'm not taking it just because I'm just wary of a up and down move. But I mean, this is when I run the risk. This is just going to run from me now. And that's okay. Totally prepared for that. That's what I mean. Okay, you see what it did? It got up to 540, and then it pulled right back down to 517. Just seen that too many times, guys. That TSHA is another one that is down big yesterday, taking out yesterday's high now. TSHA. TSHA has some room to 248 or so. That's on the daily chart. There's another one, another small one, LQR. These are all early looks, guys. Early looks. CVS on the way down here, or was on the way down. Okay, so Tapestry is actually trying to have a little bit of a bounce here, guys. TPR trying to have a little bit of a bounce. Well, this little LQR is on the move here, guys. LQR started trading as LQR a few days ago. See if there's any news on it. So let's take a look at NNOX. I don't see it's not showing up. I mean, I know. Well, here it is. Okay, NNOX. You know what? I made a mistake here, guys. So I'm trying to keep NNOX out of here. I thought that was saved, but I know what happened when I had to do a reboot yesterday when I got frozen. What I'm trying to do here is keep out any option plays out of here because they're mainly going to be over here. So what I did was I put a maximum of 100 contracts. So anyway, guys, sorry about that. I just there's too many things going on in the background for me. I'm having internal discussions. NNOX, yeah, NNOX is a nice earnings play. Now coming into the 200-day moving average, getting closer, about 50 cents away. DLO from yesterday. Yeah, nice break underneath 20 now. DLO from yesterday. What a pullback that had, or sell off, fade, whatever you want to call it. All right, this is just showing up GFI on the 10-day daily breakdown. A little early again. Let's take a look how much room it's got. 10:34. Boy, is that right? Wait, make sure. No, 11:26. So it looks like 11:26 is the next 11:80. I'm sorry, guys. My eyes are going buggy here. 11:22. Yeah, 11:22 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. Okay, for GFI. If it takes that out, then the next low on the weekly chart is down about $1 below that. So, hmm, wow. HE just got halted on the way up. Yeah, it just got halted on the way up. Okay, here's another STNE. Now, this could be interesting. STNE showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's underneath the whole number 13. Yeah, wow, it's moving. It is moving. The next low looking left is 1248. Light from yesterday, guys, is still continuing down. LITE. So it actually tried to have a bit of a pop here, but it had a bad day yesterday. It was an earnings. It's earnings today, pre-market. So it is an earnings play today, but it's been pretty choppy. Started off low. Boy, tacked on $5, 5 or $6. I mean, it got down to 42.25 in the pre-market, popped right back up to almost 49, and now it's starting to fall again. It's a pretty choppy action to start, guys. One of the reasons I like to sit on my hands in that first 15 minutes. Look at the AHI. I mean, that looked pretty awesome for a bit. 438, then it went all the way back down to 41. I mean, that's a big percentage drop. Mac, I don't remember. You're asking what was the name of the low floater that nearly got to 10 yesterday? I can't remember. Okay, things to do in Hawaii. This is a link to my homepage. Okay, so you're looking for a monthly or an annual? Okay, then the promo code is there. You can see it. Barry 15. When you click on my link, you'll see the promo code. Barry 15 for 15% off. Okay. 15, 1 5. First month only, remember? First month only. Look at NNOX, guys. I mean, these are poster childs for why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Look at this. 1088, 965. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you'll see the promo code right at the top here. Okay, Barry 15, 15% off. First month only. Where's a cheap one? Is this an all-time low? Not, no, it isn't. Unfortunately, I would hop on this one almost immediately if it were an all-time low. This is showing up on a 10-day daily breakdown, but when I look left, I do see some areas where it could stall. Okay. So what is the market doing? Excuse me. What is the market doing? Nas is up a little, Dow's up, SPY's up a little. So HE came out of its halt. So this is definitely bottom fishing happening right now. Cisco, Cisco's an earnings play, is it not? CSCO. I think Cisco's an earnings play. Yes, it is. So let's see. The next high looking left, getting close. 56 on the weekly chart for Cisco. Ah, man, I missed. I mean, I just look at this STNE. STNE. What a move down. I thought maybe this would that would stall, but not even close. Again, it's just a little too early for me to take that, but if you're a little less conservative than I am, this is what I'm talking about. We had an alert to short STNE at 9:36. The price was 12.84, and here it is. And this is an earnings play. Yeah, I didn't realize it was an earnings play. All right, guys. I am now okay. Zim daily reversal for ZIM. Zim. Ah, this is a really interesting one. Look at the room it's got. 1377 is the next high. That is ZIM. Yesterday's high. It's right. It's got to be a little bit above it. That's the only way we can. Well, actually, it must. Yeah, 1275 is the high. I must have got to 1275. That's the only way we got the alert. This is what I'm talking about on a daily reversal. Okay, daily reversal. So got to 1275, which is what it got to, which was the high yesterday. That's the only way it got triggered. So now watch it and see if it has any sort of continuation, because it certainly has enough room to keep moving until it hits that next high. No, there's no way to filter the AI. Then don't just disregard it. There, the TI or the AI doesn't have too many alerts, so I wouldn't. And remember, I mean, I don't know if you consider that low volume, but I mean, remember, it's just starting out. I mean, we're only 15 minutes into the day. Just looking at them right now. Yeah, remember, this is we're right at the beginning of the day though, too. So, but if you don't like them, don't trade them. We're not talking about auto trading. That's the only reason people usually say that because, well, I want to take every trade, but I don't want to take the ones that are low volume. then if you click on the alert and you don't like it because of the volume, then basically don't trade them. But my guess is that this one, the AVT, or the sorry, this. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it even got into this SGHC, the super group. Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking of the SPGC. So, whoa, Path guys, Path. This is an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. Path through the 200-day moving average. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 1315. There is room. Problem is that you're in real chase mode if you take it now. Is love an earnings play? No, love is not an is love an earnings play? Not an earnings play. This is getting kicked. Carrier guys, this is getting close to a support level, perhaps 53.46. So it's at 53.76 now. Look at the daily chart. We've got some action right around that, say, 53.50 mark. So there may be some support around there for Carrier, CARR. Okay, so the question is, how do you distinguish what stocks you are able to short on a downtick or not? Okay, the simple answer is, if you look and the stock is down 10%, okay. There are some other, I mean, if it was down 10% yesterday, et cetera, but the simple answer is, if the stock is down 10%, then the uptick rule is in effect. So the first thing to do, obviously, is to check to see if your broker has shorts. Number one, if they typically, though, if you want to short a stock and the stock is not down 10%, you just go in at the bid and you'll get a fill. Just like if you want to go long a stock, you go in at the ask and you get a fill. But if the stock is down 10%, then the uptick rule is in effect. And then it might be a waiting game. You might go in at the bid. Typically, what has to happen is there has to be some trading at the ask, and then it comes back to the bid. And then the problem is, you could be in a big queue of others wanting to do the same thing. So sometimes it's just hit or miss. I mean, there have been times where the uptick rule is definitely in effect, and I'll get an instant fill. It could be that not a lot of other people are interested, or there's so much trading that it didn't make any difference. But you'll hear me say every now and then, I tried to get a fill at a price, I couldn't get it because the uptick rule was in effect. I kept my order in at the price. The price did not move for maybe 15, 20 seconds. And then I know, well, okay, they're not wanting to fill me yet. Not me. Okay. So there's no if you're asking what will you get an instant fill if something is down 10%, there's no answer for that. You have to just try. That's why I was saying in the pre-market, but in the pre-market, I don't care how many times it's explained to me, makes no sense at all. The pre-market, you can short to your little heart's content. It doesn't matter how far down the stock is. So as long as your broker has shorts available, and that's why I'll say every now and then, and today is a reason. Now HE of course popped up, but if I wanted to short HE, if I wanted to short HE right now, there's a possibility I wouldn't be able to get it because it's down 20%. Not get it immediately, not get it where I want it. Whereas in the pre-market, there was no problem getting it instantly. Well, this is certainly having a nice surge, HE. All right, guys. What I'm going to do with Zim, I'm going to stick a price alert around 1278. Okay, because I want to see if it takes that out again and then has a bit of a recovery. Now, most trades like this will probably work a lot better if you have the market on your side, or at least not moving down on you. Okay, so right now we've got we're experiencing two red bars. The opening 15-minute candle red, the next one is red. So in order to try to play some kind of a bounce, remember this is a beaten up stock for a reason. Had earnings yesterday, obviously not good. You guys are talking about oils. Let's see if oils have held. Just take a look at XLE. The energy sector has held. XLE, yeah, there's a nice pop here. So even though the market is starting to drift down, so this is still a strong sector, guys. Okay, strong sector. So definitely energy plays right now. So somebody mentioned SLB. Did it trigger? Now I don't think if it doesn't trigger by Wednesday, then it's considered a dead trade. But let's take a look at SLB. Yeah, so it did not trigger. The trigger was 60. Doesn't mean you can't trade it, of course, but according to the rules of the trade of the week, you wait for the trigger, which was 60 and never hit Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and not so far today. So why are you saying that, Prophet number one? Why the SQQQ pattern does not look normal? Okay, what is abnormal about it? I don't ever look at this, but what, in your opinion, is abnormal? Okay, now there's the Zim guys, the ZIM. Now I know I said I'd like to see the market at least doesn't have to be moving higher, but I'd rather it not be moving lower when you're trying to take a trade like this. When we're starting to get a little divergent. Well, the market looks like it's going to go negative. Dow's mildly positive, SPY's barely positive, NAS is down. Yeah, I'm certainly going to delay again. I might have to go back to my IB charts or my TV charts. All right. Well, Wolf being not an earnings play, I'm not sure what happened with this one. Blue Shield of California looks to cut reliance on CVS, taps Amazon. Oh, I see. That's the reason for the CVS moving down. Boy, it takes out 66. Look out below. I mean, the next right here, the low looks like it's around 66.34. So it's underneath that now. Okay, profit. Good. But there's nothing, there's no real issue then with the S triple Q. Okay, guys, path. Boy, a lot of shares available. Yeah, I'm not going to chase it. I just can't chase it. There's room underneath, but I mean, I just cannot chase this down. Now look at NNOX. I mean, at the beginning, this was a high flyer. Look at this. I mean, it got up to what, $11, but now it's turning into a short. This could go easily, could go negative. Not saying it's going negative. I'm just saying it could go negative. Just the way it's trading. I mean, what a disaster. I mean, imagine if you chase this at the beginning. And look what it did. Boy, here's another one. Look at what it did, guys. If you can see my daily chart for NNOX, look at that blue line. That is the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 1110, and it got to 1088. So, very close to that 200-day moving average, and that basically stalled it. All right, guys. CVS, very important level. Well, it's underneath 66 now. I have to back this out on the weekly chart to see what. Boy, there's still room underneath for CVS. Always, always, always simple. Never exponential. I would say, so the question was, is my 200-day moving average on the daily chart exponential? Simple, SMA. I would say that 99.999% of the people you will, I'm not saying you'll never find anybody using the 200 exponential, but I would say that, it's virtually everybody looks at the SMA. Now, you may be an exception. I would say exponentials are more used for intraday. Hey guys, I'm watching CVS to see how well it holds underneath 66. This is something that I'm interested in shorting. Just watching to see how well it holds under 66. It gets into the 65 70s. I'll probably take a short on this. This is not a recommendation to do the same. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing, what I'm probably going to do. Okay. Well, our house, ARHS, that had a big drop yesterday. I don't know why. It was not an earnings play yesterday. Has room 1137. Boy, here's onion. I mean, not onion, but I mean, ONON. Really? I mean, look at this. It's trying to take out the highs of yesterday and the day before. And then if it can do that, 34.78. So it's got some room. This had earnings on the 15th, got hammered down on earnings. This is ONON. Perhaps if the market can kind of lift a little bit, this might help it. Even Intel on the way down. I not even, but I mean INTC on the way down. So the next low looking left for Intel is 31.70. So that's about a dollar away on the weekly chart. All right, guys. PDSB. Now, what sort of room does this have? So this is now up big yesterday, but taking out yesterday's low, and now the next low is 525. So this is an interesting one on a short PDSB. Lots of shares available. Interactive brokers, 655,000. So that's not an issue. It is a low float, 29 million in the float. I'm going to have to put a price alert for a CVS. I'm interested in shorting this if it gets into the 70s. I don't mean 70 as in the we're at 65 now. I mean 65 70s. I'm going to see it leave that 66 behind. It may not. That's why I put a price alert though. Okay, well, pop for it. So I'm going to forget about it for now anyway. The problem is some of these are going to move with the market. So that's why I don't like the stocks that move, directly with the market. And CVS is doing that, even though it's got news on its own. But right now you can see it's kind of moving with the market. The market's putting in a green bar, and so is CVS. So trying to find things that are more trading on their own. Well, guys, COHR. Now, this got a lot of room, of course. It got down to 29.59 yesterday, looking weak again today, weakening as we speak. COHR. This was an earnings play yesterday. That's why it got slammed down. No, Beam. B-E-B-E-E. How many E's? B-E-E-M. All-time low, guys. All-time low for Beam now. This is not it was an earnings play on the 14th. Actually, reaction was on the 15th. It was post-market 14th. So reaction, this was the reaction. Beam is an all-time low. B-E-E-M is an all-time low. Well, I'm sticking an alert underneath 8. See if it takes out 8. H&R Block guy is having a nice day. I think H&R Block is having a nice day. HRB. Yeah, so a lift off earnings. Yesterday was earnings day. Got up to 39.48, so it's approaching that level. Second day continuation off earnings. Wow, look at COHR now, guys. Big move down. Boy, Beam, right? Okay, guys, Beam right at $8 now, right at $8. This is an all-time low. BEEM is an all-time low. Plenty of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 127,000. I'm really looking for a collapse or a Beam, guys. Maybe get into the 780s, maybe 785-ish. Move right away from that $8. So that's what I've got an alert set down here, 795. Now 8 might hold it. It may bounce off that whole number, but it's an all-time low. Okay, guys, SE might be interesting. SE, this is now below the whole number. Big whole number, also 40. And of course, had the big down day a couple of days ago on earnings. Didn't really do too much yesterday. The low yesterday, it's got room. 37.75 is the low yesterday. So it's about $2 to that low. Okay, CVS now underneath 66 again. Decision time for me. Okay, guys, I'm in. CVS short. But I'm watching the market at the same time because the last time it really reacted to the market moving higher. So I'm having to watch the market at the same time. Maybe online. I think their online business is obviously the New York Times. I mean, I think ah, all right, guys. Well, CBS is it's inching its way down. I'm in at in 65.70 basically. So, it hasn't moved that much. If it gets back into the mid 70s, I'm definitely out. Because look at this little green bar now forming. If it's going to react, really don't like getting into stocks that follow the market. Okay, I'm out, guys. I'm just out. Following the market too much for me. So I mean, it may continue down, but I just don't want to have the aggravation of the market moving higher. So I'm out of the CVS short. Probably regret it. So this is okay. So this is First Hawaiian. This is a bank out of Hawaii. One of them. I don't know if it's a major one. It's the only one I've really ever seen. PHD. So this is another healthcare stock. Next low looking left. Got some room. 68.51. 77. So $2, a couple of dollars to the next low on the weekly chart for THC. But again, I just think that a lot of these stocks are just following the market a little too closely for my liking. Okay, well, congrats on the AHI. I know some of you persisted. Now it's a nice pop. Now it's above. Now the next high looking left, 668, 668. Pre-market high takes out the pre-market high, 550. Let's see if it does that. And then if it does that, then it's got kind of clear sailing. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but the next high is what did I say? 668. 668 is the next high. Just not good at scaling in, Tony. I mean, sometimes I do, but I'm just not good at it. Usually I take my full position at the start and that's it. Okay, guys, AHI trying to take out the pre-market high. 550 is the pre-market high, is right there. Just took it out. Straight, just took it out. AHI just took, well, it's right at it. And then it popped. Oh man, right back down. Right back down. I'm not really wild about these little guys anymore. Not for a while anyway. Don't even know what the float is on this. You know what? I mean, this CHGG is really interesting. The only issue I have with it right now, 1077 is the next high looking left. If it can break through that, 1311. So this has got I'm going to stick an alert around 1083 and see if it takes out that high of when was that? August 9th. The high of August 9th. Did have some news today. That board approves $200 million increase in the share buybacks. Okay. I mean, look, the little ones and the low floaters will have their day again. I mean, it's not that, but I'm just not finding, for the most part, lots of great follow through. And so, you're trying to pick a spot, and problem with them, you've got to take a few shares in order to make any profit. So I'm just not feeling it for these little ones right now. And so if I don't feel it, I just back off. Okay, do something else. Sort of getting a little bit more into the more expensive ones. You don't have to take too many shares, and if they have, $2, $3 moves, it's not bad. I look at Shake Shack, guys. SHAK. It looks interesting. If I can find it again. Yeah, the next low looking left is 70.14. So it's got about what, $1.60 or so to that low. Yeah, I mean, I got jumpy on that. I mean, look, I got two. Obviously, I was looking at that spy chart. I saw what happened the last time with CVS when that candle went green and it popped. But obviously, I'd love to be still in it, but I'm not. Hey guys, I'm kind of liking Shake Shack here. SHAK. It's not a complete chase. We had a green bar, sort of a green bar ignored, maybe the continuation down, and it's got room looking left. It's got about $1.60 looking left, a little more. If there's any news on Shake Shack, boy, our single stock windows today for me, anyways, a little bit spotty. 37 million in the float, so it's a pretty low float for a $75, $71 stock. And I'm just looking to see if there's any news on this one. Yeah, Stifle with a target of 75, so I'm sort of fighting that perhaps, but not really, not for a $70 stock. I mean, 70, 71.70, 71.79. I mean, for a $70 stock, that's a 9-cent spread. That's not to me anyway, not outlandish. If it gets to be like 30, 25 cents or something, that then I might not want to look at it. But that's me though. Okay, that is me. If you find the spread is not to your favor or to your liking, I should say. BZH guys, BZH, another one just breaking down underneath the whole number, but maybe has too much support, not that far away. So it could have some support, not that far away. Problem with Shake Shack right now is just not doing anything. You read my mind there, Tank. I was just wondering, what is KWeb doing? What are the China stocks doing? Yeah, look at this. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this had a great pop in the pre-market. Always the 15-minute. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't deviate from the 15-minute on the SPY chart. And as always, guys, this is my setup. Okay, these are the time frames that I like. Doesn't mean that, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Chris, but you can always. I mean, people say, "Well, I don't want a 15, I want a 5 or a 1 or a 2." Fine, if you don't want the daily, weekly, this is just what I like to see. There's no, there's no right or wrong in any of this. AHCO, AHCO. Let's take a look at AHCO. I don't see any news, or haven't seen this one. Yeah, no kidding. I wish I'd seen this one in the pre-market. Didn't do anything in the pre-market at all. So CEO, wow, here we go. Yeah, CEO, incoming CEO was sued by a former employee. So the incoming CEO, no bueno for this guy. Well, the next low looking left on the daily chart looks like it's around 1120. If it takes out 1120, then 927. Interesting. I wonder when that news actually hit. That's exactly the sort of news we like to see. Isn't that interesting? There was no was this halted or something in the pre-market? No, it wasn't. It's amazing. There was no pre-market action at all. And yet that news came out in the pre-market. Well, HE did break out after the pulled back. It broke out to 1208, then it pulled back to 1150. So I mean, this is all over the place. So just be careful if you're going to take it. Highly emotional stock, obviously. Alberto, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Not the monthly, not the 5 week, not the one that you. And by the way, it's a weekly subscription. Okay, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Oh, okay. So that's all you've got. Okay, no problem. Because I was going to say that's included in the subscription. I don't believe you have access to the previous ones. Oh, Shake Shack. All right, guys. Shake Shack giving a little here. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room, is there any value in backtesting or should I stick to the few patterns that work? Well, if you have a few patterns that work, then I wouldn't do anything else. But I want to understand the difference between the standard and the pro features of trade ideas. Okay, the main reason that people would want to take our premium service is for the AI. Okay, that's the main reason. I would say that's probably 98%. Backtesting is, I mean, I don't backtest. I think very few of our customers backtest. Backtesting can be kind of interesting to try if you're really into, if you've got lots of time and you like fiddling around with numbers, it can be kind of fun to do, I suppose. But unless you absolutely, I mean, you know what backtesting is. I mean, you're going to take an alert window. We'll call it a strategy that you think might work, meaning that, the alerts that you're getting, a lot of them are going to be good alerts and you'd want to take the trades. So you backtest it. You backtest it and see, okay, and you'll develop an equity curve. And if you like the equity curve, in other words, moving higher, then you can make a decision whether. But you know what? I don't backtest anything. I mean, people say, well, why don't you backtest this momentum up, or why don't you backtest your 10-day daily breakdowns, or this? If I backtested this, it would probably not look good at all. I don't care. All I want are the symbols. I want the alerts, and then I can make my mind if I want to trade them. I do not get so many that I'm overwhelmed. Okay, right? But I have no idea how this would backtest. It probably, because backtesting. I mean, to me, backtesting is. I mean, how long are you going to hold it? What filters are you going to use? I mean, it's very, very involved. I mean, our AI does the backtesting because it's a computer and it can run through, hundreds of thousands of permutations and combinations. But you and me, very, very hard. I'm not saying nobody backtests, but I think that very, very, very few of our customers backtest. That to me would not be a reason to take our premium service unless you absolutely knew you wanted to backtest. I mean, the other difference between our premium and our standard is the number of charts you can have. If that's important, you can have 10 with standard. You can have 20 with premium. Look at the SPY now. Now you see I wish I were in the CVS with this buy down like that. I could show you right here. I'll back test. I'd have to break it out just for fun. I'll back test this one. My 10-day daily breakout or breakdown. Now, back testing while I'm running this, it could take a lot longer than normal. So, when are you going to start? So I'll start it at, and this is all in the guide. I'm not going to go into any detail about back testing. Okay, do something like that. The other thing I should have done is but right now, yeah, it's terrible, absolutely terrible. Does that mean I'm going to scrap it? Of course not. Now I could try to optimize this, and I could go into is there a certain price that is better, a certain price range that is better. It looks like all these ones under 21 don't look as good because this is green here. But then you're starting to get into real form, like curve fitting, as it's called. I could go to the time of day. Maybe there's a better time of day that I should be doing this. You see, this and other filters. Should I add some other filters? Take some out. And then what happens is you can back test it and maybe get a decent result in terms of the equity curve. But then next week it could be terrible. You might have to again go through the same procedure, running through different optimizations, different times to hold. So if you've got the time and you're already a premium subscriber, because you want the AI, yeah, you can have some fun with it. But I found personally no value with it at all. But again, I'm not saying there are some that enjoy doing it. I mean, look how awful this is to trade today. This AHI. Just look at the topping tails and bottoming tails. These are the clues, really, to stay away from something like this until if it ever settles down, because it's just too hard to trade. Where are you going to put your stops? I mean, you take this, and it looks great, and then zoop, moves right back down. So bottoming tails and topping tails. When you see this on a 15-minute chart, I usually just run. I don't even bother. Yeah, the AI, that's exactly what it does. I mean, it gives you load it, you wait for the trades to the alerts to happen. You'll get nothing. It looks like 9:40 now is the earliest. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There'll be real time alert. You don't have to take the trade right at the time. For me, I always will click on the alert. I don't care if it comes from one of my scans or from the AI. I'll click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the chart. If I like what I see, I'll trade it. If I don't, I won't trade it. And you'll have a stop. There is a stop that you can follow. All right, guys, 10:41. I'll go over what you'll find on my homepage. So the question is this program for all stock markets or only for the USA? So mainly the USA. We do scan the Canadian markets with some limitation, but yeah, that's it. Just so if you're we get a lot of questions. The Indian market, Australian market, Hong Kong, but no, we're just basically USA. Well, the new website that has been developed, I guess that what we're really gearing towards, and the web-based version of Trade Ideas. I can't tell you if it's available right now, but it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be like literally an app or just when like you'll use it as a browser, but it'll be very nice on your phone. I mean, I won't be using it, but I know that's what the company is trying to get into a lot more. Let me ask the question and see what the answer is. Okay. I know Michael Noss is. This is. I don't know if it's a prototype. No, as I said, it doesn't work in the Saudi Arabia market. No, only the United States, and with some limitations, the Canadian stock market. Okay, only the United States market, U.S. market, basically. Okay, no other markets. Question is, do we? You can use Trade Ideas anywhere in the world. I mean, you can subscribe to our program anywhere in the world. But if you're looking for any market outside of the USA market, then no. Oh yeah, it's just a web browser. Okay, so you're that's what I thought. I didn't think there was an app. Go to Safari and then go to the website, Great Ideas website. So it's basically still the browser on the phone, but I guess it's been configured so that it's readable, if that makes sense. Okay, answer not clear. Okay. Trade Ideas, the program. Okay. Trade Ideas, the program. You can have Trade Ideas, doesn't matter what country you live in, you can use our program, but our program only scans the US market. Okay. So I mean, if you live in Saudi Arabia and you want to trade the US market, you can have our program. You can subscribe to Trade. We're not a broker. We're called Trade Ideas. So you can subscribe to our program, our product, but you'll only be able to. But it only scans. We only scan the U.S. market. Okay. Okay, guys. So let me take a look, or let's take a look at what you'll find on my homepage. So when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription. Oops. So here's a promo code. Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only. No, and after that, remember now it's all the first month only. Now, if you do want to take on an annual subscription, I do have a better code for you. You just have to ask me for it. It'll get you 25% off. If you do take on a subscription, you must do the get started. No ifs, ands, or buts. You must do it. Okay. It'll run through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through them all. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, that's for you. Okay, it starts off as basic as you can get. First video is what is a stock? So again, if you're new to trading or maybe looking for a refresher, this is all free. And at the last couple of videos, go over the concept of creating a trading plan. The idea that you must have a trading plan to trade. You just can't go into trading thinking, well, I don't know what I'm saying, but I think I'll take this one. Okay, for no reason. Okay, you must have a reason for taking a trade. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. Here's our user guide. And again, more information, here's that getting started again. More detailed information about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And also, I would really look at price alerts. Okay. I use price alerts all the time. If you're not using them, I really think you should. I'll show you how. It's really simple to do. So my scans. Here are my scans, guys. You want my scans? Here they are. So if you click on my homepage link and you're wondering, well, where are those scans? Just scroll down till you get to the scan section. Okay. Just scroll down. Here are my scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I'm using in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. That kind of gives me an idea about what stocks might be active once the market opens. Halts resumes over here. I haven't even looked at the halts resumes today, but they're right over here. The momentum up and down is here. And abnormal option activity right here. Okay. Now I'm sharing other scans that you cannot see on my other monitor. You can take a look at them. As always, with my scans, this is what I like to see. What do I mean by that? Just give me a moment. So here's a scan that I'm sharing, the momentum up. So if I right click configure and click on summary, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, this is the screening aspect of trade ideas. A lot of screeners are out there, but we're a real-time alert machine. Okay, but this is the screening aspect. So I only want to see stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least six, meaning it's trading at least six times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares. This is the momentum aspect of this scan. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. Interesting. So this is not taking. I wonder why. To figure that out. Now, so if all these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So at 10:48, what time is it now? So the last one was at 10:48. There was the price, there was the stock. So if another stock meets these requirements, you'll see it right at the top and you'll get a real-time alert. So what do I mean? So this is what I like to see, but you might like to see something else. Usually it could be a price range. Some people say, well, I don't like that price range. So you can change it. I've got it between $1 and $50, but maybe you like it between 10 and 100. Okay, so if I click on the summary, you see now how it's changed. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe you want to change something else. Go ahead. You can either take my scans as they are, or you can kind of customize them to the way you like to trade. Now, of course, if you don't want to take any of my scans or any of the other scans that we have created for you, you can create your own scans. I right click now and click on configure. And now I click on search. These, when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alert icons. Don't hung up on how many we have. We have a whole list of them. And when we get to these icons, these are our filter icons. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. The only reason we have so many, which should be, I guess it should be obvious, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and different filters so that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. You don't have to know anything about any of them. You know, the most popular ones, of course, the new high and the new low of the day. But we have new 5-minute highs, new 10-minute highs, 10-minute lows, things like that, all real time. You can kind of scroll through and something might catch your eye. But if you don't understand what a standard deviation breakout is and think, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn that? You don't have to. Okay. Good grief. How messy is HE? I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. If last time we looked at HE, it was up here. It was up here at 1248. And I say, well, if you take it, just, be careful because this is highly emotional, this stock, obviously. So the last thing is, guys, we want to keep this room going and all and keep it free, etc. If you do take out a subscription, all I ask, just use my link, okay? Either you can either save my homepage link, and later on, when you want to take out a subscription, use this promo code. It helps the room. The room will get credit for it. The company wants to see that. Also, if you save my link, you can also then, of course, look at all of my scans anytime you want, and the education section. I do change up my scans from time to time, so good idea to save my homepage link. What I've tried to do with the education section is in fact, I forgot to keep going down on it. So there's the getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 and Eastern time, of course. And so one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve when he gets there. That'll be about an hour from now. No, that's an old. That's got to be an old one. That should be changed. Nobody take. Yeah, we used to. Chris Varley used to take over at 3:30 and run 3:30 to 4:30. He hasn't done that probably for a year. So that's old. Can I go over my scan again? Which one, Syed? The concept of my scans, or oh, I know it's just that it's an old. Just hasn't been. Well, you know what? Let me just pass that on. Okay, so the concept of my scans. Well, okay, I'm a momentum trader, Syed, so I like to see stocks near the highs of the day, lows of the day. Well, not near. Every time I get an alert here, this stock is, for instance, at the low of the day. Okay, PL. So that's me. I'm a momentum type trader. I like to see stocks at the highs and lows of the day, and from there I figure out if I want to trade it. That's why you'll always hear me say, look left, look left, look left, because if I'm going to take a stock that's at the high of the day, then I want to look left on a daily chart to see where is the next high, because that could be a sticking point for it. It may not be able to get through that. So I want to make sure it's far enough away. So if I take the trade, it has some room to keep running. Doesn't mean it's going to, but that's my thought process and everything. If I can't see it on the daily chart. So right now, for instance, good example. Here's he, Hawaiian he. So when I look left, if I wanted to short this one now, and I look left on the daily chart, I can't see anything, right? If I look left on the weekly chart, I can't see anything. I cannot see where the next low is. Okay, guys, I'm back. So anyway, Saeed, that's my thought process. Okay, that's how I trade. Doesn't mean that's how you or anybody else has to trade. So what I do is I just try to create scans with filters in place. I'm not just looking for stocks making new highs or lows without any other filters in place. So this abnormal option activity scan that I've got. I don't trade options. What I do though is I want to find out stock. I want to find stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So if I do this place, if I look at place right now, so it is traded today. It is traded 7,200 contracts. Okay, combination of puts and calls. That represents 724% of normal, or 7.2 ratio. 7.2 times normal. Normal meaning what did it do over the last 10 days on average? So I don't want to trade. I'm not trading the options, but this just allows me now in a slightly different way than just relying on total volume of finding stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. So that's my thought. I mean, so I create scans based on stocks that are trading abnormally, because I'm more interested in intraday trading. So, I don't want to get into something that is not trading abnormally, doesn't have a high relative volume or abnormal option activity. Does that all make sense? That's how I trade. But others might look at this and go, okay, I don't mind this, but you know what? I'll wait for place maybe to come back to the VWAP, 28.95. Okay. Well, it already did, or up to the VWAP. I'm sorry, because this is Anything in brown here is a potential short. Anything in light blue is a potential long. So, I mean, a person could take these scans, but a lot of people are uncomfortable about trading something at the high of the day. And I get it. That's fine. It doesn't have to be your style. But you might look at that and go, okay, I like this is obviously trading abnormally. These stocks are trading abnormally, but I'm going to wait for a pullback. And maybe you put an alert near the VWAP or maybe a moving average that you like. What alerts and settings would you recommend for a scanner to look for stocks that are bouncing off resistance and a narrowing? I have no idea, Krogan. Steve is going to be in the YouTube room in about an hour. He may have a better idea. I find it very difficult to create anything like you're talking about. Okay. I mean, we have some filters that can show you stocks that have not moved much in the last 30 minutes, percentage wise or dollar wise, stuff like that. 30 minutes, an hour, whatever time frame you want. But to create the type of thing you're looking for, I'm not really sure. Steve Gomez may have a better idea. He's more of a well, we all have different styles of trading, of course. And when I'm talking about we have in the trading room, I'm sorry, in their YouTube room between Monday and Friday, we have 5 different traders who take over for me between 12 and 1. And we all have different trading styles. So he may have an idea. So if a stock has an ATR of 70 cents, for example, why do I look at the next weekly high that's say $3 away? Don't quite understand the question. I mean, my whole thing about looking left is if I get into a trade, I want to see that a stock has got enough room to keep moving before it hits any sort of resistance. I'm not saying it's getting there, but the more the merrier. Okay. I mean, if I look left, I don't care what the ATR is so much. But if I look left and I like, because the stock is trading abnormally, and that's the only reason I can see a stock typically is because it's trading abnormally. So probably the ATR. I mean, look at this one as an example. Children's Place, the ATR is 142. Today, it's trading two and a half times that. Okay, as an example. So I don't really care that much about what the ATR is. All I care about is I don't care if it's a $1 stock and I look left and the next high is at 10. Great. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I just want to be in a trade in which it has room to move before it hits the next high. That makes sense? I don't care about ATR so much. I mean, I would never put a minimum ATR, for instance, in my scans because a stock that maybe let's just say for argument's sake, a stock over the last because I think it's an average over I don't know if it's 10 or 14 days. Let's just say for argument's sake that a stock has an ATR of 50 cents. And I say, you know what? I only want to see stocks that have that average ATR of 50 cents. But what happens if a stock today that normally has, hardly maybe has an ATR of 10 cents usually, but now it's exploding. Okay. It's, maybe a stock that's a dollar now, it's at $10 or some crazy thing. Well, I don't want the ATR. I want to put an ATR minimum because I'll never see that stock. Now, what you can do, I toyed around with this, but what, I have enough ways to see stocks that are trading abnormally. But what you can do is use that ATR range, that today's range that you see there. You can use that and say, okay, if I put a minimum of say 300%, that means A stock has to be trading 3 times its average range before I'll see it. But I don't use it. I mean, I just don't use it. I mean, it's something that I have it here. I know what it is, but to be honest, I rarely even consult it because for usually if a stock is trading abnormally, be it auction wise, an explosion of volume, usually that means the ATR is it's well above its ATR. Usually, I'd be hard pressed to find one that wouldn't be. I think, but no, an HE may be a different case because it's so wild. Yeah, because look, because of what's happened over the last few days, its average true range is 268, so it's only 89% of that right now. But that's because of, look what happened. So that is really skewed. Hey, William, thanks so much. That was very nice of you to send that to Trade Ideas. Thank you very much. On a limit order, can you condition a limit order only if the price crosses from one direction, say from below a level? As I have no idea. I'm trying to figure that out. I can't speak for all brokers, Sam. So I mean, I don't get too involved. When I do a limit order in IB, I mean it's pretty basic stuff. Maybe somebody else can answer that, but oh, okay, the daily reversal, sure, and it's no bother. It's no bother. So the daily reversal. So the question is, what is the significance of the yellow and the blue, light blue, in the daily reversals? If it's light blue, that means it's reversing. That means it was down yesterday and reversing up today. If it's yellow, it means it was up yesterday and reversing down today. So let's take a look. Nothing. Well, the Zim I was interested in, but again, I just nothing is really following through yet. So you can see that Zim, ZIM, was down yesterday in a big way. and now it's up today, and it took out, well, when we got the alert, that meant it had to be at least at the high of yesterday in order to get the alert. There are other filters in place, of course, but so that would mean that it in theory, would signify a potential to go long. Okay, so you understand, good. And then with the PDSB, it's just the reverse. Not getting too many now, guys. You know, this scan was awesome when we're in earnings play, earnings season, because what would happen is you'd get a stock that really gapped down maybe the day before, and then maybe it had earnings, and boom, it popped up because of earnings. But we're not in earnings season right now, so this scan will be very limited. It might give some awesome ones, though. I mean, you know, we won't get too many alerts, though. That's all. I mean, I'll still have it up and running because you know all it takes is one good trade. For a while, it was nice. AHI. Yeah, for a while. I mean, I think it was a very hard trader today. Yeah, it did show up on the reversal scanner, but very difficult, in my opinion, to trade. Well, guys, you know, listen, any little bit helps. I mean, if you feel so inclined to, you know, write to trade ideas and express your support for the room, and the fact that they've really kind of buried the link. It's not so. I mean, for people who are been in the room forever, I mean, I'm sure they'll find it. I know that. Obviously, people are in the room, but for new people, they'll never find it. So, but if you want to express your support for the room, there it is. Support at trade-ideas.com. I do see there have been a lot that have been. I didn't see yours, Tank, because I don't know your name. It might be there, but I do appreciate it. You can absolutely express your support for me. That'd be fine. All right, guys. What time is it? 11:16. So in about 45 minutes. This KVU is really a strange one. Seeing every single day in the option scanner, every single day it comes in. It's been very choppy. Look at this daily. Supposed to being added to the S&P 500. This is a spin-off. So okay, Kenvu rises after the J&J announces final share exchange ratio. And then this is supposed to be added to the S&P 500, like the big one, not, you know, there's all sorts of little S&P, there's a 600, there's a small cap, there's all sorts of them, but this is, I think this is the big one, the S&P 500. And I think this is going to be added to the S&P 500. Yeah, man. This sort of reminds me, you know how when your favorite TV show gets canceled and there's a huge write-in vote, people storm the networks. Well, maybe this can help. All right, guys. See if nothing's happening with our AI today. Nothing good anyway. Okay, just give me a moment here. Now, TBR did not do what we thought it would do, guys. TBR looked like a tremendous short opportunity, but again, look how choppy it is. Typically when you look at a 15-minute chart, I mean, when you look at a 1-minute chart, 2-minute chart, and that's what really why I abandoned them. When I first started trading, I only had a 2-minute chart. That's all I had. I didn't have anything else. And I abandoned the 2-minute chart many, many years ago, and I went to a 5-minute chart. And I don't know how many years ago I've stuck with a 15-minute chart because it tends to smooth things out. You don't get all these bottoming tails and topping tails for the most part when you use a 15-minute chart. But so when you see something like this on a 15-minute chart, yeah, the trend is sort of up, but how are you going to trade it? Give me a moment. Yeah, guys. I mean, I'm really, really looking at a lot of these more expensive stocks now in a completely different way. What I might even do here in the abnormal option activity scan is up the price maybe to $100. You don't have to, okay? You don't have to, but I might do that because I saw this KVH right on the 50 break or right around here. You don't have to take too many shares. All right, guys. Yeah, so I'm really thinking about upping this to $100. You don't have to, but I think tomorrow you will see definitely higher price stocks in here. I might even make it 10 to 100. I know that's always the example I give. You don't like my scan, the price range, change it to 10 to 100. I mean, I won't see the real cheap ones, but I'm just not seeing the value right now in the cheap ones. Okay, guys, sorry, and stuff happening in the background. And I'm just trying to keep up with everything. Easy Go. Did Easy Go? I don't think Easy Go really had a big move. Boy, this KVUE, guys, you gotta, I mean, this is just a big drop now. I mean, the news in theory should have should have sort of maintained some stability for this, but not even close. So all I've done today so far, guys, is yeah, I mean the HE short in the pre-market that worked out well for me. The CVS two shorts, lost a little on the first one, made a little on the second one, but bailed way too soon because I thought the SPY was going against me. And then a little short of Shake Shack. That was okay, but nothing great. That's it for me today. And I'm honestly not really looking to go long anything. I don't care what it looks like. I'm just not. Well, of course, the market is dropping like this, so makes the decision a little easier. But here's Triumph as an example. TGI. So the next high looking left. I mean, it's got some room. 950. I mean, it's got some room. I just don't have the feeling for going long anything right now. It's not an earnings play, so there might be some news on its own, but I don't see it. And that's exactly the way it should be at Denver. Yeah, Denver saying I'm no hurry to take a trade unless something screams trade me. Yeah, it's one of the hardest things, when you're wanting to be an active trader, to sit on your hands, to wait for your setup, and if it doesn't happen, don't try to force it. Yeah, I'm just checking our AI today, guys. Nothing shaking at all. Yesterday was a pretty good day. Today, not so much. But the whole thing is though, you have the alerts, you might be able to trade around them, different price levels. Yeah, too bad. I'm looking at Dole here, guys. Wow, maybe. I'm just looking at, I was wondering if it could take out this 13 level. Well, if it does, the next low looking left is 12. Yeah, again, I just look left and I just see too many areas where it could stall, on the way down if we're going to short this Dole. Remember we were talking about Beam earlier and how it was an all-time low, and maybe going to take out that 8, but maybe it was going to bounce. Well, the maybe it was going to bounce. Well, maybe it bounced and it did. Look at that. Bounce off 8. All right, Steve is yeah, Steve just confirmed it'll be him today in our YouTube room in about 30 minutes. So Krogan, if you're still around, he may have a better idea. Okay, if you're still around, Krogan Love, if you're still around, come back at noon. If you're not, well, if you can't hear me, I guess. But if you are there, stick around till noon. Steve might have a better idea of what you're looking for. Okay. Here's another little one, guys. I mean, I just don't like them. Now, look, Prax has a chance. Prax, Prax, obviously, if you take a look left and it can take out 139, that's on the weekly chart at some point, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, because then when you look left on the weekly chart, it's got a ton of room. So I mean, at least this one is somewhat interesting because of all the room when you look left, if it takes out that 139. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. It was just yeah, I'm not in Shake Shack anymore, but yeah, I'm guys, you've always got to adapt to different conditions in the market and all that. And I'm really now you're going to see a big difference tomorrow in my scans in terms of the price range. I'm just seeing too many ones that are more expensive that are just doing things like this. So you don't have to take that many shares. If you took $50 of a $50 stock and it drops $3, I mean, there's $150, right? And you do it a few times a day. I'm not saying it's all going to work like that, but um, well, profit. I mean, I can only speak for myself, of course. Yes, I was on. I just stepped out. I should have put an announcement in. I can only speak for myself, profit. But I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers for I don't know 7 or 8 years now, and I have no problems with it. So and I don't know where you are, what country you're in. I'm in Canada, so but IB is available in so many countries around the world. That's what makes it really kind of cool. So, but I've had no problems with Interactive Brokers as far as a stable platform. Rarely, I can't remember the last time it ever froze on me. Does it have all the shorts you'd always want? Well, not if you're going to compare it to Centerpoint or Cobra, some of the ones that really specialize in that. But you pay for that. But I think, for me anyway, Interactive Brokers has always had enough shorts available for me. And as far as the fills and all that, I don't know, never found any problem whatsoever. You can definitely get Interactive Brokers in Arizona. But look at 4 here. I mean, it looks to me the next low looking left is 51.65, almost $3 away for 4. I actually do know Questrade. I'm in Canada, so I had Questrade. That was my last broker before Interactive Brokers. I mean, I don't think they've got. I mean, the commissions are. I don't know if it's still 4.95 a trade. I don't know if they've been able to get it down. I mean, Interactive Brokers, it's a half a cent a share. There is a free version of or a free commission version of Interactive Brokers. The problem with that one though is that if you want to connect, if you want to click on an alert and have it load into your IB platform, you have to be using the one that charges half a cent a share. I don't think half a cent a share is horrible. But Questrade, I mean, actually, it's surprising because I'll say I have no shorts at Interactive Brokers, and there are people that said, "Oh, I've got some shorts at Questrade." So I think as a Canadian broker, I think it's probably not bad. But I don't think they've depends how much you trade because I think the commissions are I don't unless they've come down. Oh, so they have come down. So it's 1 cent a share now for Questrade. Okay, so that's not bad. I mean, if you're wanting to take big positions in super cheap stocks, not great. But and probably that 80-month data plan is probably though if you trade enough, they'll get it for free. You'll get it for free, right, Sean? Somebody in our YouTube room is my guess is that most brokers, even if they charge for a data plan, is that if you trade enough, they'll waive those fees. Now, somebody was mentioning RAD earlier, Rite Aid. Haven't seen this one for a bit ever since its excitement of a few days ago, a few weeks ago, I guess. Doing kind of the same thing. For whatever reason, it did pop in the pre-market up to 207, came right back down. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:42. So in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. I'm sorry. I think somebody asked about Walmart earlier. WMT. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cass. I see at 11 o'clock. That's 45 minutes ago. Next stop for Walmart. Okay. WMT. So this is an earnings play. So it's interesting because Target had a decent earnings play yesterday, and if you recall, I think this was the week in which both Target and I think shocked the market. No, it was last year. It was when Target last year came up with their earnings and shocked the market, had a huge drop. I think Walmart followed the next day. Target was okay yesterday, but not so much for Walmart today. So I mean, when you look left, I mean, the next low looking left is 154, 155-ish. Now, I know you asked that question about 45 minutes ago. Look at Shake Shack. It was very I mean, I carved out a little bit out it. I didn't hold on because then it had to pop up, but now remember Yeti. Yeti had earnings, good earnings, a great earnings release, but it fade during the day. Been chopping around this area for a while. Now, I don't know. I mean, it looks like, I mean, the next low looking left for Yeti is 43.96. So that is 44. Call that 44. So about $1.50 to the next low if it wants to continue there. A lot of charts are looking like this, basically kind of following the SPY. Excuse me, guys. Oh, patch in the throat. Well, here's another little earnings play, guys. I mean, SRFM, a little earnings play. I'm just checking some of the earnings plays to see if there's anything that's okay. The AT, not it's not AT&T, AT. Um, hmm. Well, I mean, 20, is that right? 2331 is the next high looking left. Excuse me, on the weekly chart. China stock. Just trying to find anything that might be moving higher. I know a lot of people don't want to short and stuff, so I'm just having a real tough time. I mean, there's this one, I suppose, SNCY, trying to move higher. Yesterday's high was 1605. So, not much room until it hits that high. I might have to concentrate more on later on in the day, maybe stocks coming into the VWAP and bouncing up. But I think you're going to need the market on our side a little bit. Market has been drifting down since the beginning of the session. So, it's just not conducive really to going long today. All right, I hear this running up. That's my sound alert up here. So I see BG. Yeah, okay. There. I mean, this is, I suppose, the one, the BGLC. The next high looking left. You're getting close. Is 163. So that's the next high looking left. If it can take out 163, then you've got a shot to two for BGLC. See if there's any news on this one. I mean, it's a big run, 121%. Where'd it come from? That's why I didn't see it. And I didn't see that until I would have seen it at here at a dollar. Did not see the initial run. I don't see any news on this one. I see there's an Edgar filing, but I don't see any news on this one. I don't know if you have to dive into here to figure out why, but Anyway, I mean, it's a low float, 6.5 million in the float. Malaysian stock. All right, guys. Well, what about Beaker? BRKR. BRKR, the next low looking left. It's I think it's below that. Not quite. The next low looking left is 62.65, $1 away. Okay, that's the next low looking left on the weekly chart for BRKR. And this is sinking with, well, it's kind of trading a little bit on its own. I'm trying, just that's why I have the SPY here, guys. Because a lot of these stocks are just sort of mimicking what the SPY is doing. So now there's a couple of green bars here, but let's take a look at the financials, guys. XLF. It was very close to the 200-day. That could be the next one to fall. Yeah, look at that, guys. So the XLF, that's the big ETF for the financial sector. So it's sitting right on its 200-day moving average, right on it. 3409, 3408, sitting right on that 200-day moving average. And we know the Staples is below. So we're starting to see some. I mean, Staples has been moving down from that 200-day moving average. Except I'm not talking about the company. I'm talking about the consumer staples. And then the other one is XLE. XLE was now XLE had a bit of a bounce at the pop this morning, but right now we've got XLF, which of course the major ETF, the financial sector, in jeopardy of giving up the 200-day moving average. I think there was another one yesterday when I looked. Was it industrials? XLI? No, industrials are still above it. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on my break. Okay, and before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Steve. He'll be there momentarily. Hey guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. I'm still live in the YouTube room, just waiting for Steve to show up. He usually shows up a little bit earlier because he takes off. I usually have to relieve him about 5 to 1. Hmm. So guys, we're talking about BBLG. So the next high looking left, it's got some room. I mean, this one has some room. BBLG has some room to 130, I guess. I don't see any news on it. The only news really is the fact that it's a very low float, 2.9 million in the float. That's the reason it can be up 29% on really no news. Okay, the only thing positive thing you can say right now is the market's putting in a couple of green bars with bottoming tails. The sellers tried knocking it down, but the buyers look like they're trying to at least maintain a bit of control here. There you are. Morning, Steve.
Here I am. What's going on, Barry?
Don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I
Okay.
hear you.
Um,
Let me
yeah.
grab my
So you can. I'll come back. What time? 5-2, 10-2?
Um, sure. That's fine. Yeah, thank you. I got
Okay.
the dev meeting today, and we'll be discussing some of these things.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just leave now. Okay.
And you gonna do some vacuuming?
Actually, it'll be tomorrow. We've had a flip in the schedules, just like
Oh
you and
boy.
Andy flip sometimes.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
There you go.
so I flipped the schedule.
Sounds good. All right, take your time. I'll see you.
Okay, bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Let me just check in and make sure you can hear me. Hang on. There we go. All right, I hear myself. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Yeah, sorry for the confusion today on the live trading room access. We'll get that ironed out. We got some good feedback from everybody. But with that said, I am not bullish. How about that? I'm not bullish at all. I don't really see much out there that I like anywhere. The trade of the week never triggered. It's just going nowhere, like a lot of things are. If you want to look at the market leadership, Apple is giving us a clue here. And as we can see in the moment, it's starting to test my midday theory of momentum. Will it continue or will it abate and bounce back up? And will the buyers show up here in the second half of the day? But this is the indicator that I watch. And I wait for a closing candle. So we just started this candle. We've got 15 minutes. Very well could just kind of drop back down into the zone here. And if that happens, well, then we've got to just keep an eye on the NASDAQ and the Qs. Look at how the Qs are pretty much mirroring Apple and tech. Let me grab a drink. I'll be right back. Not an alcoholic drink, but you know what I mean. All right, I am back. So, what would people like to talk about today? We can talk about the new website. We can talk about the market. We can look at charts that you want to look at. We can figure out how to create a scan if you're having trouble buying. Of course, anybody who's here for the support session, like if one of our live chat reps told you to come to this, well, you get priority. So, please don't be plugged in my iPhone, you caught me. Please don't be shy if you need help with something. Hello, BB, Baba. Okay, so looking good on the intraday here. The daily's got something to do, something more to do, but it's constructive. I'll give it that. We can see the gaps overnight as this is a China stock. So things that happen overnight tend to not translate into our daily charts here, but I highlighted these higher lows. Okay, the stock is trying to make a higher low. It had earnings, kind of a fake out, washed out a good 10% of earnings, and now it's possible that it's going to reclaim and close above this 20 and 50 day, 250 day moving average, which means right here, this fight going on is really important. You can see the gap up held. It was just kind of waiting for this moving average to come up from underneath and support the price. I think if this thing can close above 92, it might be a key reversal on the daily. I like it much better down here for an entry position than say, up here on a breakout, because this kind of stuff isn't working. This breakout stuff is just not following through. All right. Hello, Shaw. You usually look for 15-minute 10 SMA. Yeah. So like, for instance, Shaw, if I was looking to trade Baba here, I'm very interested right here. It's holding. Now, you can take an entry and it's a good risk reward, because if it doesn't translate, if it doesn't work out, post a small little closing candle, well, then you're out. That's a small paper cut. That's a small risk to take for a possible move up through highs. That's the way I look at this. This was actually one of my first. This is my first. let me just get nostalgic on you here. So I'm user number 3 in the system. I've been trading a long time, and I used to day trade exclusively. And one of my favorite things to look for was this false gap up. I called it the. Hang on a second. I got to go to an alert window. Sorry. The false gap up retracement. It's like a horseshoe pattern right there. So this is actually, Dan came to me in 2003 and said, if I could create an alert that would put a pattern on your charts in real time without you having to go and look for them, what would you want to see? And I said, Dan, I would want to see something that gapped up and filled the gap a little bit, but found the 10 SMA. And at the time, we did not have a filter for the 10 SMA. We had to wait until the stock broke back above new highs. And so you'll be triggered on this alert right here, this false gap retracement. Things that gap up, fall in, and usually will pick up this 10 SMA, you will be alerted at a new high. And I called that a horseshoe setup because it was just kind of like the shape of a horseshoe. And that's what it reminded me of. So a little nostalgic there. To go with your question, Shaw, I've always leaned on that type of setup. And I think this is a very interesting setup here in Baba, the way the 10 SMA looks. Now, again, I was talking on the daily chart too. Remember, I don't want to be the person who's chasing new breakouts up here. It's a tough gig right now. That's not working, as you can see. But the people who are just kind of waiting for the pullback and the higher low to establish itself, well, maybe the higher low here was established. We'll see. I'd like to create my own AI scan. Well, you can create your own scan using our backtester. And since we've got a lot of time and not too many questions, let's do something here real quick. Let me see if I already have something in the cloud rather than trying to make something new. Hang on one sec. All right. Gap, keyword. Gappers, small gappers, fill the gap at the 10 SMA. This is what I'm looking for. Fill the gap at the 10 SMA. So this is a pre-built scan. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what we're getting from this history here. PLCE should have gapped up. Hey, look at that. That's about as strong an indicator as I would want to see right on the first one. So We just saved ourselves a lot of time, and I'm sure somebody's going to want this scan. So let's just get that out of the way. Go to real time, save and share, copy, paste. Okay, so that scan is all yours now. What's the next step? You say you wanted to build your own, create your own AI scan. Well, we can get close, and we're going to do exactly what Holly does, but we're going to do it in a manual fashion. All right, so follow me here. We're going to go down the rabbit hole. This is one of the examples of the extent of the power of trade ideas. There's many types of users. I appreciate your question, Mrs. Happy Dog, because Mrs. Happy Dog is someone who wants to get their hands dirty, get in there and mix it up, look at the data, press change, rearrange, stimulate your mind and look for something. You are a power user. We also have users who are new to the market, and by no fault of their own, they're used to having their iPhone tell them when to get in the car and if there's a reroute and when to get out. And so there's an expectation for, the learning curve of newer traders to just want to have the software show them what to do. And I can appreciate that too. But we're going to entertain Mrs. Happy Dog here. Step one is let's find a viable strategy that we want to test. So we have to have an event. And in this case, my event is stock has to gap up. Let's just check that real quick so we can all see the power. The alert is a new low, and that's fine. But the new low has to occur after a 3% gap. It has to have average daily volume, 300,000. And here is the secret sauce right here. This new low, I only want to see it within 0.1% of the rising 10 SMA 15-minute. I got them to build this pretty much for me. So it's in there, and I use it a lot in a lot of my filtering. The scan is going to show me new lows after these criteria have been met. Now, let's take it to the next level, Miss Happy Dog. Let's back test it. So this is the back tester. We can go ahead and just start at 6:45 on Pacific time, and we'll end at 12:30-ish. And let's just run it raw. What happens if we say, all right, I want to buy this, and I want to hold it for, let's say 120 minutes. We can always change this. We can turn it into a swing trade if we want. It doesn't matter. But that's our initial scan time frame holding period. I like to keep it simple. Let's use percent. I'm always just going to say, let's just do something simple. I'll risk 1.5%, but I want to at least get 4% on the table. Good risk reward. Advanced, let's just test 30 days. We can go with a full 60. It doesn't even matter. Summary. There we go. So we simulate buy, and this is our first run. This is our baseline run. And no matter what the baseline run shows us, we will be able to improve it. And that's what I'm going to show you. So a lot of data here. We've got 290 trades over 60 days. The win percentage rate sucks. It's under 50, so it's colored red. The average winner, though, 40 cents. The average loser is 29. So, there's a few things we can do. Let's see what happens if we just run it again, but maybe we hold it for 60 minutes. Does that improve us at all? Just trying to see if we're going in the right direction. A little bit of an improvement there. Not much really on the winners and losers. Actually, it got worse on the average winner, average loser. Okay, so what happens if we run this again and take it all the way into the end of the day? Time to exit, end of day. Does that improve our baseline? Yeah, Peter, the new website is a great feature for just keeping things simple and finding the action. It's going to point you in the right direction. Interestingly enough, this curve here is kind of related to what the market's probably been doing in the last 60 days. So nothing really to gain from there. So let's just stick with our 120-minute baseline. But we're going to try a different approach now. We're going to go into what's called the optimization tab. First thing we want to do is look at time of day. This is going to be key. So the blue trades here, look at all those wasted trades we have in the first half an hour. Nothing. We don't want to trade this and it makes perfect sense to me, right? We were looking for stuff that's gapping up and it's coming in and making a new low. We'd like it to take a little bit of time, and you can see there's the sweet spot right there. Actually, this was only running until 9. Let me try something. I got to run this again. That didn't seem right. Why is it not? Oh, I know why, because I better have a time filter in there. Well, I don't want to get too hung up on that price interval. Let's go to time of day, and we'll do, let's just do 30-minute intervals. Why is it stopping at 9? I probably have a filter in there. All right, let's go back to 10. Point being is I want you to see this heat map here. And this heat map shows us that this dark green section, this is the time of day where this trade strategy is the sweetest. Now we have a little spot of red here, but we don't want to lose these ones up front. So we're going to rerun this at 7 a.m. my time, 10 Eastern. We're going to stop it at 8. It's basically saying this is a 1-hour strategy. I mean, we could come down here to get to these, but there's still a lot of red. So it seems to be that 1-hour spot after the open work. So we'll run again and we'll adjust our time to, what was it, 7? And we'll stop it at 8 my time. Roughly. Okay, simulate buy. There's our first change to see what we can improve upon from our baseline. Go back to summaries. Less trades, not really greater on the win percentage, but a little better on the spread of average winners, average losers. Okay, now that was just based on time of day, which is a big one. Let's go back to optimization, maybe look at price. Okay, so it looks like a lot of stuff is coming in under $20 and it's not really performing that well. Let's right click. Here's where we can actually make a change. Right click and set the minimum value of this scan. There's our scan. It pops up. There's our new value. The new price minimum is 20, and maybe we don't want to cap that at 100. Maybe we want to go to 500 and see what happens. Let's run this again. So now that we've made a change, we'll go ahead and run again directly from the back test, just to grab every configuration change. Hopefully you're following along. Okay, Miss Happy Dog. Hey, now we got something to talk about. Okay, so we changed the baseline of the price and we cut out all that noise. Let's go back to our second baseline here. We'll go back to summary so we can kind of tile them. So we went from 160 trades down to 81 trades. Now we're in the plus side of the positive winners. And oh, okay, the average winner and loser is getting a bit interesting, a little bit bigger. So you can see we're moving in the right direction. We're creating quality instead of quantity type trades. And it's just better in the long run. And this is how we do it. Now, that was really the surface scratch. This is really where you can take the deep dive. We go back to optimization, and this is it right here, other filters. This is where you can just open up the can of worms. A couple things I like to do is maybe look here and compare this strategy to any one of these things, and we can compare it to what did the S&P do that day? S&P changed today. There's our heat map. And it looks as if we want to make sure majority of the trades are right here in this area. So we could essentially come in here and say, make this the minimum. Make sure the S&P is doing at least no more than negative 0.2. And then we can do the maximum. We'll max it out here. Actually, there is no max. We'll just keep it at that. So that's one change we can do. Here's another change. Watch this. We could say, well, where is it in relation to the distance from VWAP? Let's see if that's VWAP value, distance from pivot, distance. We can play with those. We go distance from VWAP. Okay, we can start to see some more stuff. And remember, the intervals we can change. We can lighten those intervals up to get a better heat map here. Obviously, we don't want to trade in this range. So hopefully you're getting the concept here. These other filters, you can do a really deep dive. You can just use that heat map for anything to try and figure out if you can corral an area of interest. And then from here, remember, you can just right click and set the minimums and set the maximums just based on the green. And that's called optimization. That's what the AI does every single night, but it does it a couple million times faster than we can. And it's a lot of fun. The only one caveat I'll give you is to avoid what's called curve fitting. And curve fitting means it's like an artist who won't put their paintbrush down. You just have way too many optimizations in there to where you're only getting 7 trades a week and everything has to line up perfectly under the sun. You'll start to just miss things that you would normally want. You can overdo it is what I'm trying to say. So be careful not to overdo it. Try to keep it simple. Keep an eye on the average winner, average loser, and the amount of trades that come through in that time frame so you can kind of gauge, what to expect. All right, I hope that helped. All right, Peter, let's go through the Trade Ideas website. It's probably going to kick me out, but let's do it. Be the first to catch a stock. You can click on that. All right. What this is called the Market Scope 360. This is just the main page. These are all the names that are doing well today. AHI. We can click into that. Now, this is the rudimentary form of our charts. We'll have more ability to come forward. You can scroll out if you have access to a key, control key. We'll have indicators that will be coming soon. You can turn that off if you want. Much more customization will be coming, but these are really just the foundational placeholders, the scaffolding. But the data is what's important. There's our races, there's our watch list. It's showing you all the things that you'd want to be looking at today. VCIG 15-minute chart. Let's pull that up under my indicators. I'm willing to bet that this VCIG might be looking something like that with that moving average. Let's see if I'm right. I'm probably, yep. See, notice what happened here. Notice, very important. I can't bang around from application to application and have them both running at the same time. It's just a licensing failsafe. So I've got to double click twice, reset again, and then we get a blue ball, comes back. Now, what was that stock? I've already forgot the name of it. It was VCIG. VCIG. What does it look like? I amaze myself sometimes. You guys saw that. Look at how beautiful that is. Look at how just beautiful. So Peter, keep it as simple as possible. These names are going to be at you all morning. And I'll speak to anybody. I'm not trying to call you out, Peter, but as simple as you want to make it, okay? Those are the names to keep an eye on. They'll be coming through in the morning. Do you want to be buying these green candles? No. Do you want to be prepared to buy this consolidation at the 10 SMA? Yes. That is my advice to newer traders or to traders that just want to keep things as simple as possible. That's what we're working towards. But you can't rely on the software to tell you when to buy, when to sell. Yes, we have an AI product. Yes, it has bad days. Yes, it has good days. But in the long run, it kind of trudges forward like a casino and just kind of slowly does okay. And in our opinion, that's always been a great tool to just kind of keep you at least pointed in the right direction. But the automated buy and sell areas, there's a lot to be had for that. What I'm getting at here is there's still a human element. And I'm trying to be here to help teach the human element, which is get yourself a 15-minute chart and put a 10 SMA on there. Use the Trade Ideas Market Explorer, heat map, whatever, to consolidate. There's 9,000 symbols trading every day. We are going to show you the action. You don't have to configure anything anymore. You can if you want, which was a great conversation. I just had that, with Mrs. Happy Dog showing you the power of Trade Ideas. But for those who don't want to use the power, use these ideas in the morning, but don't chase these green candles. This is my human, approach to it. Wait for the pullback, wait for the consolidation. This is money. It's money because if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it's a small loss. All you're doing is waiting for a closing 15-minute candle to close below that line to signal to you the momentum is dead and you no longer want to be in that trade, period. It's just about as simple as I can try to make it. Now, I'm a swing trader, so I do not have a single position on right now. I'll just say it once. I'm short the market. I didn't like the way the Qs, which has been the leadership, this day right there was a very significant day. It was a signal candle, if you will, on the daily chart, closing with a gap under the 50-day. Tried to run the sellers out, but what happened? The 10 SMA threw the price back down under the 50 again. Now it's under the 50 and the 10. I call that like the armpit. Think of that as like an armpit. And that is when I loaded up on SQQQ. So I'm basically just sitting back, not interested in buying anything. This inverse ETF is slowly working for me. My basis is down here. So I'm going to let it work. I'm not going to sit here and try and scalp this trade. I'm just going to wait and see, because if it's as bad as it looks like it could be, the buyers could turn around and just make me look like a fool by the end of the day, and I'll get out if the chart tells me to get out. But for now, the market's going to breathe, but it's breathing in a downward fashion. All right, I think I missed a couple of questions. HS, hi there. I'm trying to get better with limit orders. Can we condition a limit order to be crossing from one direction? The only limit orders I use are, like a sell limit or a buy limit. What was that? Let's see if I can find an example. I mean, if I want to enter a position and I'm looking at an area, I might just put an entry in there for a limit. And if it pulls back and hits me, great. Oftentimes I don't. Once I've decided I want in the trade, I'm usually just hitting market and getting somewhere in the midpoint, the way the plumbing works out there. But a lot of times I would like to look left on the chart on a stock that's actually moving and working and put in a limit sell order just a nickel below that price. So I kind of ensure that they've got to trade through me to get through that prior high, because more often than not, price algorithms like to test the prior high. It's just a foregone conclusion. And knowing that, I don't want to get greedy and put a price way above. I want to put it right there at that high. And so I'll use limit sell orders. If you're talking about a stop limit order to get into a trade, that's a whole different ball game. It's basically a limit price that you set, and then your amount that you're willing to pay once that trigger has been established. That's another type of stop order, HS. Great. Hello, Philip. Thank you for the notion. All right, just chatting there with Andy, see if he likes anything. We were talking about the market bouncing here. All right. What is SHR out on the website? Peter, I don't know. You're going to have to tell me, where is SHR out? Disconnected. I don't want to re-click there. Share out. I'm not sure what page you're talking about. What's up, Patrick? He's only in JDST at the moment. Oof, looking a little tired. Speaking of which, what was I just talking about, Patrick? Look at that. Let's just set a price alert right there at the top of that red candle. If this thing starts to implode, be careful, because the price has spent a lot of time and energy getting to that area, looking left, took it out, and, holding the intraday. But on the daily, I don't know. We'll see. Why didn't I? All right. I was looking at the races. AHI was a stock. Okay. So AHI, looking at it through my prism, through my charts. Did I lose my? I did, didn't I? God darn it. No matter what I did, I still have to reset connection. Okay. All right, so AHI disappointed me, right? So it gapped up. Let me just begin with saying this chart on the daily, it's kind of like nature's way of saying avoid me. You know, my porcupine spikes and spears. This is just dirty. That's not a clean chart. Let's put it that way. So it gaps up today, makes some noise. It should have done something right here. That candle should have held right there, but it didn't. The very next candle broke and closed below. So it's just a big mess in that. So Peter, it's a two-step process. You know, you got to pull up the chart and look at it and evaluate it. But the good news is you don't have to pull up 9,000 stock symbols every day. We're just going to show you the heat map and the races of where the action is. You don't have to worry about configuring relative volumes and this and that. That's all done for you. It's showing you the active stocks. Kishore, how's it going? Looking for average daily range, high and low. I see there's average true range, but I didn't find average daily. Yeah, I don't know if there is one, Kishore, but let me not just disappoint you. You can give us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and custom formula would be the message header. And just ask us if it's possible. I am not good at custom formulas. Failed math, got a C probably, but I don't use them. I certainly can't write them. I'm more of a visual artistic guy. So the nerds that are really smart here would be able to give you a much more definitive answer, Kishore. So go ahead and do that just to make sure that I'm not steering you in the wrong direction. Yeah, day trade only due to the previous top. Yeah, play tight stops. Just be aware of that, Patrick. That thing could lose its floor at any time. But again, closing candles are nice to wait for. All right, here in the general market. So as you can see, I've also got my 5-day, right? Starting to get a lot of space here in between that 5-day. So, you know, these little intraday hiccups are to be expected. If you're somebody who's not wanting to see that, it's just the way it is. The markets have to breathe. No inbuilt one, nothing. And I'll show you. I'm sure you already went through this exercise, Kishore, but let's just do it together. So we go to the alert window and we search the keyword, which was range, minute range, average true range in dollars. Today's range in percent, but it's not the average true range in percent. Position in 15, position in previous day, position. So a lot of filters have the word range in there, and that would be the best keyword. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, okay, thanks, Kishore. Either somebody will reply to you. I'm not sure who will reply, but somebody who's much smarter than I will on that will reply. All right, so we're caught up, it looks like, on topics and questions, bottom of the hour. Again, sorry for the confusion for those of you who are in the live trading room today on a new website. We'll make some changes, I'm sure. Let's take a look at the short squeeze list, shall we? This is my short squeeze list. Oh, Groupon was the trade of the week a few weeks ago. Let's just revisit that. I'm not in it, but geez, I wondered if it ever. I don't think it ever stopped out. Oh, you know what? My Slack is tripping out here. Here we go. Backwards. Groupon was wow, down there on the daily. Okay, so it was down here. Trade of the week was down there, and boy, I don't think suggested risk management not below the $6 level, which it never did. I could sit back and tell you I'm the world's greatest trader and I never got out because I followed my own advice here, but no, I'm not in. You know why? Because I would have never sat through earnings. That's one thing. Look at that. That looks like Maui. I'm sorry. The short squeeze obviously didn't kick into gear until after the earnings date. So once earnings were given, in hindsight, we can look back and see there was a bit of a shakeout, but the sellers got scared. And the reason this was originally on there was because the short float was rather extensive at 33%. So, boy, it sure panned out. All right. Boy, look, it wants to go to highs here as we speak. So this is the anatomy in hindsight always of a short squeeze. This is what happens when the short sellers capitulate. And honestly, there's a story. It makes perfect sense. If you don't believe we're in a recession, then I don't know what to tell you. This is a recession stock Groupon. People still want to live their lives, but they need to save money. Perfect storm for a short squeeze. And I didn't participate because I didn't want to take the stock into earnings for one, and I just lost track of it. Eyes are already putting a little bit of red in. What else was on this? UPST, another short squeezer. Ooh, now this one did get taken to the bath after earnings. The short sellers are still correct in that one. Franchise group, that's a funky looking chart. And look at how they tried to, what the heck is that all about? Okay, right there. That's another nature's way of saying, stay away from trading me. I'm likely to do anything at any moment to frustrate you. You know, these charts have a personality and you got to respect them. I've never heard of frog before, but I know that FRG is not one I want to trade. I don't want to be in any part of that. Sorry, SWTX. Nothing going on there. We're just going down the short squeeze. Wayfair is much lower than it was yesterday. Even though Wayfair is on the short squeeze list, the chart is basically not confirming it. You can see Wayfair had earnings back here, gapped up on initial reactions to earnings, but since then the sellers have gotten a hold of it. Here's that armpit I was talking about technically. So, you know, Wayfair is probably going to pull back here to at least the 50-day and test that level. Like, so again, I'm just going through a list of ideas because they have short float. It doesn't mean that they're all going to reverse and run like Groupon did. And as you can see, Groupon is really the only one out of these that has actually done something. ACLX, this is interesting. What is biology product? I hate pharmaceutical products, manufacturing, pharma. But you can see it broke above after earnings, broke above its moving averages, and now it's consolidating above and kind of holding. So let's see what happens over there. What the heck is going on here? All right, you guys, the questions panel is open. If anybody's got any direction you want to go. I'm just trying to catch up on notifications here. Hello, BB. Let's take a look at AI. BBAI. No, just AI. Because BBAI is an ugly chart. So I'll say this about AI. It was definitely all the rage at the beginning of summer, late spring. AI was kind of leading it. IONQ was getting some nice movement higher. SOUN was getting some nice movement higher. BBAI is another one which isn't doing anything. It's horrible. So really the leadership in this sector has gone back asleep. And I stopped trying to play these things when I noticed the market kept going into highs, but my AI stocks kept going lower. It doesn't work for long before I get frustrated and move on. So I feel like this flash in the pan, it could reignite. It could come back. Technically speaking, there's every reason in the world, really, for it to reverse here off this $30 level. And I say that because, like on the down upside, the same goes on the downside. This level back here, when we look left at 31.75, was tested after we broke. You see, we broke the 50. Once we broke all those moving averages, and if you used that as a signal candle to tell yourself, well, this chart's no longer confirming my story. Looks like the crowd is losing faith. I better not, be stubborn. That's why I call it a signal candle. But now that we've wiped out, okay, I'm sure everybody and their mom looked at the chart here and said, okay, if it goes below 3150, I'm going to put a good till canceled stop in at 3090. And what do you know? So that's the kind of mentality you have to look at on these daily charts. So I say that because there's every reason that this could be just the beginning of a mustard seed of a reversal. The chart is not strong. It's not trending, but it might be beginning to range. You see what I'm saying? That range, we could just be at the very low end of that range. So, BB, I would say these are the kind of trades you can, nibble on a third or a half and kind of dip your foot in the water. And then if you get confirmation back, I would say confirmation would, constitute a trade back above the 5-day, the declining 5-day. You get back above 33, and you could add to it. And before you know it, you're playing a range. And in hindsight, we might look back and say, well, AI was just kind of playing that range. That's one way to look at it. But you've always got to know what your out is and why you're in it and where your out is. All right. Looks like we're caught up. What's up, Mike C? Patrick AG got me again. I played that bounce the other day and I didn't take profits. Woke up the next day and give it all back. Why not? Man, this thing is so frustrating. And the miners have been so frustrating. A lot of stocks have been frustrating. That's just one of the reasons I gave up on the long side and why I am only in SQQ. I don't know if I'm going to be right. And I'm not saying you guys should do it. I could be wrong. Just cover my bases. K-Web, yeah, I'd get Andy probably excited about China. He just loves China. Let's see what K-Web is doing. Right, so it's washed out. There's definitely a pivot level going on there. Kind of washed out the obvious stops. Obviously, we lose overnight risk management because of the gap, the nature of a China stock index, if you will. So what would support it? Well, any move back above 2850, taking out this declining 5-day moving average would support a reversal, in my opinion, possible on the daily chart, or at least the beginnings of one. Let's look at some of these races today. Again, we talked about AHI earlier with Peter. It failed right here. It's interesting right there, but once it closes below, it's no longer interesting. That's my 2 cents on how to evaluate, when you see what's coming through these win lists. LYTS, again, same thing, had every opportunity to hold that consolidation, but it didn't. Pretty big gap on the daily too. ON. I'm not really sure why that one's in there. Maybe it's just the nature of what the market is. There's just not a lot of big runners up there today. This is kind of interesting, really, honestly. ACHR, you look at the daily, that sawtooth pattern, up and back and up and back. And so we just bounced off that. Now we took out this 5-day moving average here that I like to see for confirmation. Philip, for your 10 SMA, you don't use the pre-mark. I don't. I feel like it distorts it, so I prefer not to. I think Barry, on the other hand, doesn't mind using pre-market in his assessments. You'll get some differing values, but it's a personal choice. But for me, I don't want anything to do with pre-market in terms of my SMA calculations. Now, sometimes I'll peek if I'm curious, like if a stock, I knew was strong in the pre-market, I'll go in and turn on pre-market and just take a look and see and identify what the pre-market high was, and maybe even put a price alert in there, then turn that back off so I know in the regular session where pre-market high is. But that's a good question, Philip. I like that. Oh boy, that CLF was a mess. They thought they were big boys, that they could go in there and buy X steel. It's holding its value once it's had some offers on the table. But CLF, boy, they're the big loser in that one. All right, we got another 15, 13, 12 minutes or so, maybe less, maybe more. What do you guys want to talk about? Peter, maybe I can help. I saw a chat just come in. You're talking about SHR out on the website. Well, let's take a look. SHR. So if I type in SHR, sure out on website, I'm not sure. Not sure what you mean. Yeah, you're welcome to tell me in here if nobody gets your chat. Sure, out on website. I'm not following you. But I see you're chatting with Chris. I'll go back here. Reset. Reset. Second time's the charm. And we'll see if Chris can help you.
Steve,
Barry.
your SMA conversation. Now,
Yeah.
would it make sense to explain it also this way? If a stock doesn't really trade very much in the pre-market,
Mm-hmm.
the SMA really is not going to make that
True.
much difference whether, but if a stock is trading a lot,
Uh-huh.
then it's going to make a difference.
True. That's right.
Okay, so why then, you see where I'm coming from, why wouldn't you want to have the SMA then looking at the pre-market, because it's not going to affect the stocks that don't trade very much, but you might want to see the SMA for a stock that has traded millions in the pre-market when it normally doesn't. I don't know. Does that not make sense?
It does make sense, but does trading make sense? I mean, it's just there's one way to do it. No, there's a million different ways to do it, and it's like preference. It's like golf, Barry. I look down and I just don't like that bent shaft, on my putter. I'd rather have, it's, whatever analogy you want to pull from golf. It's just a feel. It's just not something I want to look at. So it's a
Okay.
personal preference. Other than that, I can't defend the position for any logical reason. You make a good point on the inputs there.
The only reason I like to have it's not that I necessarily want it. I don't even know if we have a switch on and off, but I like to see this. I like to see on the charts. I do like to see what happened in the pre-market without having to toggle on and off. It's not so much that I need to see the SMA, what it did, but I do like to see where's the high in the pre-market.
I think a lot of the stocks that you trade are brand new, and so I would be more inclined to want to look at those too. A lot of the stocks I trade are kind of more known and they're less volatile, and so maybe it just doesn't come into play as much with the universe of stocks I'm looking at.
Okay. And the other one, Kishore talking about the ATR and the average daily range.
Yeah.
I am stumped on that one because he's asking for the average daily range. Well, the average true range. I mean, isn't that over? I think it's a 14-day period. Isn't that the average range over the
Well,
last 14 days?
yeah, but it's expressed in dollar value, and I think Kishore was looking for it to be expressed in percent value.
Oh, I didn't see that. I
Yeah.
just saw. He says I didn't find average daily range.
Yeah, but in percent. So we're going to ask and see if we have a custom
Oh, I
formula for
see.
that,
Okay.
so we know
Okay.
just for sure, because I
Gotcha.
can't be certain.
Don't think we do. Trying to think if we could have a custom formula that would do that. Probably. Well, that's I'll let Stephanie do that.
That's kind of where I was going with it too. Yeah, exactly.
She's got the time and the inclination to do stuff like that. So
She's got the mind power. It's
yeah.
quite
And
a
speaking
brain
of mind
power.
power, you can go now.
Oh, thank you. I could use the break. And all right, well, I'll see you in the meetings.
I won't be there,
Okay,
but
good.
okay.
I'll see you in there. All right. Let
Okay.
me
Bye.
grab the right button here. Leave studio.
Whoops. Okay, guys, I think I've taken over in terms of the YouTube, right? Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And guys, I'm really, I'm warming up to these sort of trades. I looked at this four earlier and I decided I'm not up a huge amount in it, but I'm loving these little trades. It's FOUR. I also did the same thing with the Beaker, the BRKR. I'm definitely going to be changing this tomorrow, the option activity to expand it to 100, excuse me, $100. Now, the problem is I don't even know if this one is, yeah, no, it's not trading abnormally. So I wouldn't see it there, but I definitely want to expand it a bit. I'm trying to take advantage of some of these. some of these more expensive ones that just, man, just, I mean, this is not even following the market. Shift for payments is not even following the market. Well, ATR just takes the high of the day, the low of the day, and that's it. Okay, and then averages that out. I think it's over 14 periods. I'd have to look. So if one day, the high is 10, the next day and the low is 9, so that's $1, obviously. If the next day the high, or if it ranges $1.50, then that would be $1.25 if you only took 2 days, and on and on and on. And you just take whatever the high and the low was for the last, I think it's 14 days. I think that's sort of the typical for an ATR. So it's pretty well defined. Nothing to do, in my opinion, with the previous close. It's just today's high, today's low. What's the difference? There's your range. And do that 14 times, get a total, divide by 14, and that'll be your number. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. But is that right, Kishore, that you were looking for a percent? I mean, the percent, you know, uh, again, that today's range, if you look at what are you trying to actually do? Okay, I mean, with the ATR. Okay, so because you might want to just take a look at this, okay, in terms of a percent, because really, if you're trying to intraday trade, I mean, which I'm assuming that's what you're trying to do, then your main focus should be on stocks trading abnormally, right? Sound? Am I not? Can you guys not hear me in YouTube? No, I know you guys can hear me in the main room. Just checking on YouTube. Kishore, you can hear me, right? This Mrs. Happy Dog says sound, so just want to make sure. Okay, thanks, Pepe. Okay, so if you're interested in, okay, well, if you're looking to screen for stocks with high trading ranges, but will that matter unless it's trading abnormally? I mean, I could tell you that a stock has a $10 range, but it might be just, so boring to look at, right? Just because a stock has a 10-day range or $10 range, like a $1,000 stock. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys. So sorry about that. So again, let me just show you this one filter that we do have that might be of interest to you. Okay, because again, I think you should be looking at things that are trading abnormally. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but so if you do a search and you type in, I'm going to type in position, and it's kind of weirdly named, but it's right at the top here. Position of the open. Okay, position of the open. What that's doing is if you added that filter as an example, okay, and you put 200% in here, it's a percentage, say 200%. What that means is that if over the last 10 days the stock has had a $10 average true range, for you to see that stock today, it'll have to be $20. It'll have to have a $20 range as it is 200% ratio of 2. Okay. So you might want to put a minimum average true range. Okay. If you're looking for um, high range stocks. Okay. So I don't know what your minimum might be. If you want to have 5 or 10, up to you, using the ATR. And then though, to make sure that that's abnormal, use this filter, the position of the open, and put, some number in and just see what sort of results you get. I mean, if all you care about is just seeing stocks with with lots of range, well, that's simple. I mean, I would just use the ATR, and but if you're interested, I think you should be more interested, in my opinion, of stocks that are trading abnormally with an abnormal ATR. No? If not, I mean, then you can try. I think you probably sent something to our support. Maybe they can come up with something, but that's what I would try anyway. Give me a moment, guys. And the guys, well, listen, Kishore, as far as I know, I mean, the ATR is just today's high, today's low. The difference, that's today's ATR. Okay. I mean, if I looked over here, I don't even have to, I don't even have to have the range today because I've got this here as a percent. So I know, for instance, for on average, it's been $2.50. Today it's 122%, so it's 1.2 times that. So if I took, I'm not going to do it, but I mean, if I took the high of the day, not talking the pre-market, if I took the high of the day and the low of the day for today, that should be 1.22 times 2.53. Okay. That's what I thought. I thought it was 14 days. I'm always we've got some filters that are 10 days, but I think in generally, if you look at any like Wikipedia, Investopedia, or any of the anything that talks about those sort of indicators, I'm pretty sure the ATR is over 14 days. I agree, JM. Thanks, thanks, guys. Anyway, I'm just waiting to see if my four can break through 54. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting on my little four here. This is the new me, guys. Nothing under $50. And the interesting thing, I mean, this is trading against the market now. This has got nothing to do with the market. I just don't see any news for this one, but hey, I'm not going to quibble because there's no news. No, I know. Well, you like those sub $1 ones, don't you, Denver? I'm just not seeing the movement in. Well, I see the movement, but I don't see any follow through on a lot of them. Now, Compass yesterday was awesome, but I mean that's a little bit different. It had some news. Compass was just an awesome trade for a lot of us, but it's at least it's over $5. Now it didn't, but this was just an awesome. By the way, Weeks, are you still in our YouTube room? I wanted to tease you here. Weeks, can you hear me in our YouTube room? Just waiting for a yes or well, I won't say no. Yep. Okay. So you recall yesterday you wanted me to stay to 4 o'clock because just because, and because you said you weren't having a great day, and I commanded you to turn off your computer. You remember all that? So waiting. We have a slight delay in YouTube, I guess. Yeah. Unbelievably weeks, unbelievably, because right here, you see this CMPS? Look what it did. And I didn't get in until it broke 9. I think I had there was a oh, I know what I think it was the 200-day moving average. But look at the CMPS. It ran from 9 all the way up to 10 and almost straight before it pulled back. And I was thinking of you, and I was actually saying, I wonder if Weeks actually took my advice and turned off his computer because that probably would have made your day. Sorry, just a little levity. Man, oh man. Well, 4 is giving me 4 is giving me way more than I thought. Yeah, guys, dip buyer, thanks. Yeah, we have absolutely affirmed or um, well, affirmed the fact that it is 14-day. It is from our user guide. I could have gone there. I was 99.9% sure without going to our user guide that our ATR uses a 14 day period. All right. Well, where could 4 keep going? I think the reason I took it because when I looked left, it did have some room down to 51.60. Wow, that's right. It had $2. I hope you guys remember I was talking about this just before I took my break. It was hanging around this area just before I took my break. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am really just stuff happening in the background for me, so I'm sort of distracted a little bit. I have to do a video now also. You know what might be interesting also is that CVS. I mean, it's hanging around that 66 mark now after the initial shock of the big drop. I guess the Amazon news, Blue Shield of California looks to cut reliance on CVS, taps Amazon. So I mean that is obviously a blow to CVS. Look at that. I mean 72 down to $64. I mean that's when it was down here, it's still a big move. Remember, that has 1.28 billion in the float. For a stock like that, even to move 5% is somewhat earth-shattering. So, but will Amazon pharmacy deals is the shows the company's a lot more than e-commerce and AWS. Oh, so this is a done deal. I mean, this is a done deal. This is not conjecture, rumor. Wow. Okay. Okay, guys, I have to do a video. The question is, which one? Nothing from the AI, so that's a no-go. Well, is four anything to do with that? Maybe I should look at I mean it says shift for payments. It's got nothing to do with healthcare, does it? Payment accepting, okay. Okay, well, I think I will do it on CVS. I'm always trying to, find something that is interesting with some news behind it, some reason. And guys, yeah, it's just marketing. That's all it is. Well, HKIT at one point was up. Wow, Swan Dive is right. Not shortable. No, there are 5,000 shares. Take them real. 5,000 shares right now at Interactive Brokers, 5,700. China, low float. China, low float. Oh, you're thinking bounce. Okay. Well, let's see. The next low looking left is 1265. I mean, it's obviously any sort of LRC you're looking at, it's got to be way below. There are not many. In fact, before I do my video, I'm just going to watch to see. Let's see if they get snapped up. I don't know where it started at, but there. That's how many shares are available right now at Interactive Brokers. Let's see if there's any covering. Again, this is SLB. If you want to, this is just from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Lets me know immediately how many shares are available to short. That's why you hear me say every now and then, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm surprised. Is this halted? Oh, it's halted. That's why. I was wondering. That's impossible that this is not moving. All right. Well, while I wait on that, I'll do my video. So I'll put myself on mute, guys, in both the rooms. Go back around, what time is it now? 1:20, so say 1:30, around 1:30. And I will not be going to the marketing meeting today. So no disruption after that. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, everybody, I am now back. Housekeeping on a couple of my monitors, and we can get going again. Well, meanwhile, okay, let's see what happens. Real. So four, it's still giving me. Let's just want to see where I might have to start taking some profit. I actually thought I was going to be taking profit on the whole at the whole number, but because I didn't have that many shares, I thought I'll wait. And again, the next low looking left, I think it's still got some room. Yeah, 51.65. So still has a couple of dollars to the next low. Ugh. So there was a little short covering. Look how this is changing. You see the little bit of short covering now, or not, with HKIT. That's at Interactive Brokers. Okay, I'm only looking at Interactive Brokers. Wow. So you can see, I mean, at the beginning of the day, this is actually, I mean, it was a great trade, actually. Let me see where the first alert was. Oh, maybe not. No. Or 1820 was the first alert for HKIT. Oh, it was right at the beginning. So 1820 got up. Yeah. So it didn't really move from there. Wow. Hmm. Well, I'd be looking at this 10 level, maybe. Well, I don't know. The next low in the daily chart anyway is yeah, around 10, 982. But doesn't matter what we think. Look at the projected open for HKIT. 1069 is the halt. You can't see the symbol up here, but it is HKIT, HKIT. And look at the projected open. Again, this doesn't have to remain like this, of course, but certainly it's not above 1069 right now. What a great short. Holy smokes. Keep an eye in VREX, guys. VREX. This is something that is, yeah, putting a little bit of a move here, a little bit of a move for VREX out of this area. I'd love to see it take out 20. So what I'm going to do is see if I can take out 20 and have a bit of a move. Only issue, well, it's a big issue. Actually, I didn't realize it. The volume is very low, 190. It is the relative volume is fine, 1.71, but the actual volume is not that much. Thinking about shorting ENVX to 13 something. That's not me. I'm sorry. I should be somebody in our YouTube room, Luca in our YouTube room. That's what his thought was. Let's take a look at ENVX. Well, the first, yeah, the 200-day is 1281, so that's cool. The next low looking left is 1367 is the next low looking left. 1371 is the next low looking left. Now, what's the yeah, good spread, 1430, 1431. Pretty big float. No news that I can see. Might be just moving with the market. So if you're going to take this short, I guess you should be following what the SPY is doing. Okay, guys, I'm really just hanging on, seeing if this forward now. I see it's starting to get close. So I've taken some off. I've just covered some as it got into 54. So I've just covered some of my position. And if it gets any higher, I'm out. Boy, Shake Shack, that just kept moving down, down, down. It shook me out. Unfortunately, that little jog there shook me out of my short. Would have been a nice short somehow to hold on, but got my rules, got my stops, so I can't do it. I know Steve was talking about Groupon in the YouTube room, or somebody was bringing it up. I know this was a trade of the week a few weeks ago. Man, shorts, I guess, well, I don't know what we're going to call it, but the float is 33% short, low float, and 33% of it is short. And this is just for whatever reason, I have no idea why this one is moving, other than it might be just one of these ones because the short float is so high, short float percent is so high. There's some group somewhere in Reddit, who knows, and is pumping the heck out of this thing because there's no real reason for Groupon to be moving that I can see. Had earnings on the 9th. and let's see, what did it say? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe on the 11th. Okay, well, Goldman and Credit Suisse raised their respective price targets on the stocks. That was on August the 11th. I don't know what the targets were. Wow, wait a minute. I can tell what Credit Suisse did. They raised it to $8 from 340. I cannot see what Goldman raised it to. But this is way over, of course, the Credit Suisse $8 price target. Yeah, Vicky. Well, it depends. It really actually depends. I mean, if it's broken down through the whole number, and it's a good spread, it's not a wide spread. I mean, I don't mind having a reasonably tight stop because if it doesn't work, I'm out of the trade immediately. Okay, and yeah, so I'll play it by ear. I mean, I really have to just play it by ear. If you notice, a lot of these ones that I've been noticing are just breaking down through a whole number. But so as long as the spread is reasonable, obviously 1 cent would be perfect, but I would say no more than 5 cents. I can still put a reasonably tight stop on it, and if it doesn't work, I'll know immediately. I can always jump back in. Yeah. So what Vicky? I wonder if I still have it. I got rid of a whole bunch of scans a while back. Um, Duplicates. There were a lot of duplicates. Really slows down my system. What did I call it? Maybe I called it whole number. Yeah. So I mean, it's easy enough for me to recreate. Now, what I am seeing though, Vicky, also though, is that a lot of these that the four, the Shake Shack. Well, let me make sure. Or Shake Shack. Okay, yeah, Shake Shack would have made it. I'm just looking, but four would not have made it in the option scanner. Okay, because the option volume percent. Yeah, see, it's not even 150. It's not 150, so that would not have made it. But on the relative volume side, it was okay. I'm surprised I don't have it anymore. You know what? Easy enough to build right now in front of everybody. So what I used to have was because I could create an alert window. What would my trigger be? New 5 minute high, maybe? Oh, I'm going to do it right in front of everybody. So start from scratch, load the settings. So now search, and it's called decimal. Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if I have it as decimal. Give me a moment. I might have, because that's what our filter is called. I don't think I would have named it that though. No. Okay, let's do this again. So click on new alert window, start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, a blank slate. Search decimal, DEC, add the filter. So what I want is, so by doing it like this, putting a min of 0.95 and a max of 1.05, I will see stocks okay, that are within 5 cents either side of a whole number. Okay, so now let's build it from there. With my new price range of 10 to 100. Okay, 10 to 100. Let's get a minimum volume of, I don't know, 300K. Relative volume, let's make it 2. So let's see how we're building this. No, keep it like that. Now let's not a new high. I'll look for a new 5-minute high and a new 5-minute low. New 5-minute high. Both, yeah, I guess I can. And I have no idea what this is going to look like in terms of the alerts we get, but let's and then just call this near whole number. And from there, I'll just see what sort of alerts we get, and then Alex, there is a way, yes. So let's take a look at Hippo as an example. Oh, you see how this works. Made a new 5-minute high. It's just underneath the whole number, is within 5 cents underneath. That's HIPO. Okay. And let's take a look at NSSC. Well, you can see where the price is, 37.98. Now, granted, it may have changed. So now I might look at this and go, okay, maybe this is going to break above the whole number a little bit more. I love it. Thank you, Vicky. 5-minute low. You're right. You're right on the Hippo. Sorry. Yes. Yes. Hmm. I'll tuck this in a corner somewhere and see what happens. You could also do it using a top list and just showing stocks that are right near, so you don't have to have a trigger. So, is there a way to change the font size on the alert window? So, Alex, yes, there is. Mike C, the Picasso of scan builders. You are a funny man. Um, if you go to so Alex, okay, so if you go to tools, click on tools, options, and right at the top here, okay, you should be in general. That's the default. And you see down here we have fonts. Now understand that it's going to change. You cannot select one window, only change this one. It's going to change everything. Okay. So you can choose your font type, you can choose your size, and if you want to bold it, you can do that too. And then save it. And don't forget to save your layout at the end of the day. Any change you make, you have to save your layout at the end of the day. At the very least, file, exit, and it's going to say save your layout, yes or no. Okay. You have to save your layout, or you have to, because any change you make. Did Steve share any scans today? I missed it. I think if I scroll up, I think he might have had one. Let's take a look. Yeah, he did. He did share one. I'll pop it in for you. Okay. I don't know what it is. Gap fill at the 10 SMA. Okay. That's what he called it. Okay. So Travis, I'm the link was above you, but well, quite a bit above you. But that's the link. Okay. and he called it gap fill at the 10 SMA. Horseshoe pattern. Okay. Okay. Good exit for me on the 4. I'd love to be able to do maybe, expand my trading a little bit, maybe do, I don't know, 6 or 8 of them and maybe have at least half of them work and the other half with manageable stops, but the other ones giving me, obviously I'd love to increase that win rate, but even 50%. Meanwhile, this hippo is kind of interesting. 10 times, it doesn't trade very much. How can you tell? Well, 10 times relative volume right now, it's only traded 391,000 shares. So, ooh, where are you guys? Oh, there you are. The room was hidden behind a tab. All right, KBH. Here's another one, guys. KBH just underneath the whole number. It had a little pop up, a little bit of it, a little bit of chase mode here. Where is the next low looking left? 48.23. That's not a lot of room, but wow, this BRKR kept moving down. I'm not in this short anymore. Okay, here's another one, guys. GEHC. GEHC. Just underneath the whole number. Not a total chase. I mean, it's taking out that low there. Okay, I'm in it. Just see, and I'll put the whole number as a stop, and let's see what happens here. Oh, you know what, idiot? It didn't look left. Okay, it's okay. A little bit of room, 67.89, so about $1 to the next low on the weekly chart. Let's just see what happens. If I get stopped out, it'll be pretty soon. Spread was only a penny. Now it's 4 cents. That's still, not bad for a $68 stock. Are you kidding me? The H kit? Really? You're right. I don't see a projected open at 15 though. I do not see that. I see 10.73. So I don't know what you're looking at. I see 10.73. It was 18 in IB. It was 18. Really? Okay. I don't believe you. I need a screenshot. Yeah. So I typically don't. It's always a mental stop. Okay. I shouldn't say always. I mean, virtually all the time, it's a mental stop. The reason being is that I I'm rarely in more than two trades at the same time. So I like to manage my exits on my own. Okay. And I do have the discipline to obey my stop. So I don't often. In fact, yeah, I don't often put in a hard stop or an automated stop. Now, that's not a recommendation to not do that. It's just that, because I'm only in the one trade right now, so I'm just watching it. It's if it inches its way up to $69, I'll just get out. I mean, look, do I run the risk that something could just rip on me and through my mental stop? I suppose, but it doesn't happen very often, if ever. So, but that's just me, okay? If the reason I would use hard stops, auto stops, whatever you want to call them, is if you have a real tough time obeying your stop. Yeah, Lori, we're talking about where it could open. We're not talking about you're talking about the hive today. No, we're just talking about where it could open. And now I see $12, but I've lost my where is it? The heck is it? I lost my time in sales. I must have exited out. Just give me a moment. There you are. Okay, so there's what we're talking about. So now it is 12:17. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great open. No, I'm not afraid of anything like that, Alex. It's just I've never done it, and I just rather manage. Okay, for instance, let's say I want to get out of the trade earlier, and I've got I mean, mechanically, I'm not even sure if that's how this would work. I can't even remember. Do I have to cancel my stop, and then so I can get out of my trade earlier? I don't know. It's just what I'm used to. Just what I'm used to. Okay, Alex. If I were in five or six trades at the same time, of course I'd have to have some way of putting in a stop. But it's just the way I trade. I'm never in a position like that. Harry, have I ever heard of a company moving their earnings call to the close on a Friday? Seems fishy. Well, yeah, rarely do companies release a Friday afternoon, like after the market closes. You get the odd one. A lot of times it could be, a a foreign company that trades on the US exchange? Do you have an example of one right now? A lot of times, they think, you know what, especially if they have a history of, bad earnings reports. So, well, at least people can maybe forget about it on Monday. I mean, I'm just making that up. I don't know if that's the case. Now, when you say moving it, so if it was some other date, a lot of these companies that release on a Friday, like after hours on a Friday, that's what they've been doing almost forever. So you're saying they're moving it there. Well, that could be because they don't expect to be good and they're hoping maybe people will forget by Monday. Again, I don't know for sure, of course. Is there any chance of a bounce in it? Yes. I mean, of course, it now. Will it? Nobody will really know. I mean, depends on, some group somewhere, not us, but, deciding, okay, let's pile into this one again. But as William said, there was no reason for this to get up to 30. Not specifically this stock, but I mean, there was no reason for this to happen other than this, irrationality taking that charge. Oh, no, Palo Alto, that's a huge company. I'm surprised. PANW, really? That's a huge company. That maybe something's going on. I mean, we still have it August 18th post market, which is tomorrow. You're right. Now, are you sure they moved it? We have it post market though. And here we go. In fact, you're asking the question, why is Palo Alto reporting after the bell on a summer Friday? Now, I may not have access to the article. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah. When a company the size of Palo Alto confirms a Friday after the bell's earnings date, we pay attention, especially when it's never reported at that time before. Wow. Yeah. This is interesting. Okay, guys. Everybody should be short Palo Alto tomorrow. I mean, it's very rare that that'll happen. And you know what? I shouldn't have said it like that. But that is very strange. I mean, when you said, I mean, Palo Alto, that's a huge, huge company. In fact, those of you who go back far enough know that that was one of my all-time great swings years and years ago. Well, again, I mean, I was just sort of joking around. I mean, a company releasing after hours on a Friday, a lot of it can be, well, hopefully by Monday they'll forget. If we're releasing something that's really bad by Monday, whereas the next day, we see what happens when a company releases something after hours. The next day is the reaction. So unfortunately, the next day is Saturday. So, by Monday, maybe people have forgotten about it. I don't know. What's considered a bigger lot size? I don't know. I don't trade lots, but I mean, I know our block filter, I think the minimum has to be 25,000. I think it's 25,000. I feel a little paw on my arm, guys, so I think that means feed me. Just give me a moment. Block trade. I think it has to be, if you click on the help. Okay, see, 20,000. Okay. That's what we have. I know somebody else may not agree, but that's what we have as the minimum. No, I actually held it for a few days, Grumpy. I want to say it was around $114. And I think it moved to 145. I don't know how many years ago that is, but it's years ago though. Oh, it's probably more than 2 days because it didn't go from 114 to 145 in 2 days. And you know what it was? I think I got out before earnings. I think I got out the day before, or the 2 days before earnings, and lo and behold, it had earnings and it dropped. Another one that basically cemented in my mind never to hold through earnings. How long have I been trading? A long time. A long time. Purchased Trade Ideas in 2010. I don't mean the company, I mean the software. And but was trading 10 years before that too. So long time. Well, I was a different sort of a trader though, Kiwi, in those days. I mean, a lot of times I was playing hunches and tips and things like that. Really didn't have a trading until I got Trade Ideas. I was doing okay, based on things that I people that I knew, and I was trading more like that. I was a longer term trader. But I can't really tell you. I don't really know when, all of a sudden what clicked. I mean, when I got Trade Ideas, I mean that really helped immensely because I mean I did have another program that was showing me stocks that were trading abnormally, but it wasn't the same as Trade Ideas at all. So, but it probably took me 2 years with Trade Ideas, just as a customer. My biggest problem was having too many windows open, and I was not trying not to miss anything. I think once I realized that, what, you can't, and I'm at the point right now. I probably have too many windows open. I'm at the point right now. I might have to make some decisions about getting rid of some. You don't see what I have on my other monitors. Now, the other thing though is that what immensely helped my trading was understanding the concept of a stop, understanding that not every trade works, and you have to get out of a trade if it's not working. You just can't hope and pray that it'll come back for you. Otherwise, you could be holding something for years and tying up good money. But even when I understood, okay, I understand I have to have a stop. Many times I did not obey it. I just thought, well, is that really where the stop should have been? Probably not, because I think this is a good trade, and there's no reason I should be stopped out. So that probably took, even a couple of years, before I finally realized, you know what? You get stopped out, you get stopped out, you move on. You can always get back into the trade. By those days, commissions were so cheap that it didn't matter. Not mattering in that you didn't have to worry about paying exorbitant commissions to get in and out of a trade, and then wanting to come back into a trade. The commissions would tear you apart. But nowadays, I mean, it's either free or half a cent. Doesn't matter. So, for instance, on the GEHC, I mean, if I got stopped out at just below 69, but then it went back down to right where it is now, I probably reshort it. Now, right as we speak, I'm mildly positive on the trade, on the short of GEHC. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I mean, as Lori is saying, I mean, if you have a tough time obeying your stop, which I don't, but if you have a tough time obeying your stop, then by all means use your system to take you out of a trade. It takes all the emotion out of the situation. Now, is there a lot of damage in Bogota? I'm not don't have a news feed like that on. Is there a lot of damage? I do ask for a very specific reason. I don't think there was any news on HKIT. I may be wrong, but I don't think there was any news on HKIT, HKIT. It's one of those situations where, for whatever reason, I mean, this has had a tremendous run. I have to admit, $5 up to almost straight up. A couple of pauses. $5 up to 18 before all of a sudden today just got hammered. I don't know if there's any specific news. I don't see any. Oh, it's a low float China stock though, so you never know. I mean, somebody say, "Well, we're going to load our position," and then there's no news for a bounce. I mean, if you're, I don't think you're questioning was there news that caused this to bounce. No, this is just trading now. The nature of trading. Sometimes there's just no rhyme or reason. In fact, most of the time, there's no rhyme or reason to it. You just have to be able to understand when to get out when it's moving against you. Try to hang in when it's moving for you. Not easy. I mean, none of this is easy. Well, that certainly was the Hermes. You're making a okay. Again, guys, I'm sorry. It should be monitoring. Yeah, we should be specific stocks only. I mean, I like your comment, Hermes, but it should be in the general market talk. Okay, unless we're talking about a very specific stock. But I would say certainly, at the beginning of the pandemic, there were lots and lots of people wanting to trade from home and all that. But since I would say a year ago, we're we're not seeing nearly the number of new traders that we. I mean, that was an influx. of new traders, or an inundation of new traders when the pandemic started, and for I'd say a couple of years, year and a half anyway. Well, let's take a look at my whole number thing here. CVS. Just a minute, please. CVS, right at the whole number. Be right back, guys. Okay, another couple of minutes. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm back. I am back. Yeah, so maybe I'll try to develop something around this whole number just to see if there's anything. Well, I mean, we are talking about stocks that are trading somewhat abnormally. They have to be trading at least, I think I have minimum of two in the relative volume. Maybe I up it to three. I don't know. Because what we don't want, it just stalls. We don't want something that just completely stalls. No, here's a daily reversal, guys. Look at this one, ORIC, ORIC. Nice day yesterday, taking out that low of 890 that happened a little while ago. Yeah, he's only in his dreams, exactly. Well, I'm afraid to look at well, what's this one doing? The old five-letter symbol, FBIOP. I don't know what the heck. This is a weird one. The other thing, Alex, and I don't want to get personal, but this can be actually directed to the room. Depends on why you are trading. We've talked about this in the past. If you're trading, if this is the only source of income, and you're just starting out, that is really, really tough. If you need to make money, to pay your mortgage, to buy food, cover your daily expenses and all that, and you need to make money and you're just starting out, that is really tough. I should use if a person. So I mean I'm not really directing it to anybody specifically, but boy, that's very, very hard to do. All right, guys, what time is it now? 2:21. Ready to look. So this is basically made a round trip now. Incredible. HKit has made a round trip. When all this started, it was at 18 or so, or right, well, at the current price, knocked all the way down to 8. I have to admit, I haven't seen one like this maybe ever. maybe ever. I don't recall ever seeing a stock do this. Multiple halts on the way down and then multiple halts on the way up, and basically doing the round trip. I don't think I've seen a stock do that. Do I ever leave a small percentage of my of the trade? Are you talking about overnight or during the day? Crazy. Good spread too. Ah, look at that, 1672, 1727, but indicative of a stock that is doing what it's doing. Yeah, that's sometimes that's the problem with trading, you get mesmerized by something like an H kit and then that's all you're kind of looking for next. It doesn't happen very often, obviously it doesn't happen very often. This looks like a SPAC. DHCNI, is that a SPAC? No, it's another one of these crazy ones, not a SPAC. What happened is a lot of volume came in and that's why it showed up on the momentum scanner. Another one that doesn't even show up in IB as something you can trade. Doesn't even load into Interact well, it sorta loads into Interactive Brokers, but not the bid and the ask, but alright, maybe GEHC is making a little bit of a move now. Really? I have it oh, now I do. Yeah, you're right, now I do, but I did not see this before. Maybe it's our chart that's just stuck. Maybe that's what it was. No, its last trade was 14.26. Anyway, I'm not touching it. Elvin, ELVN. So this is a turnaround, a reversal, big down day yesterday, coming right into looks like some potential resistance. That's the next high looking left, 1695. If it cracks that, then 1757. Okay, guys, took myself out of the GEHC. It's probably just not going to be dynamic enough. Basically flat. Wow, Elvin's taking off, guys. Elvin is taking off. You remember this one, SEZL? So this is what? Okay, no, well, this is you can't trade it. I mean, look at that, 1,000 shares of $58. Yeah, 1,000 shares. Did this just open? No, this opened at 9:30, and then here's a trade up here. Yeah, I mean, it's pointless to look at it right now. Opinion on Elf short. Okay, let's say I know Elf was just a star, was an all-time high. It had earnings a few days ago, a few weeks ago, perhaps. Yeah, right here had woo. So this is a big drop now. Got to be some reason for this. It can't just be the market. That's a big drop. I mean, I did. This is the news I'm getting, like a headline that I'm getting with Elf. This can't be. I mean, IFF. I guess it's is a competitor, but yeah, I mean, you're chasing it now, though, Luca. I mean, it could keep moving down, of course, but what a drop. I can't see any news on that. Moderna, okay, mRNA. Well, another one having a great day. I mean, it had earnings on the third. The reaction was not great. Yeah, here was the reaction to earnings. The only way I would take this is if it somehow took out that high there. Maybe it'll have a run. That's the high of its earnings day. It's having a nice day. Yeah, so this is all about COVID again, kind of, but we haven't talked about COVID in a long time, but there are rumblings, aren't there? So anyway, I guess this is the reason this started yesterday and now today. But I'd be really looking at that 106.53 area and see if it stalled there or took it out. It probably won't happen today, one way or the other. The big float, 331 million. I don't think there are a lot of people that have shorts available for SPGC. It's too new. Okay. That's my opinion. Yeah. I don't think there are a lot of shorts available. I mean, center point, yes, but they're not. So I mean, center point, if you had center point, then you had access to short this one. But most brokerages, IB does not have any. I can't speak for any other brokerage, of course, but my guess is that there are not a lot of shorts available for this. At least I would say 2 to 3 days. IB used to be pretty good, but An IPO like this, I'm not so sure. I think a more, call it traditional IPO, which we haven't had in quite a while. I think you're right, but I'm not sure about these little guys. Whoa! No, I'm not going to do it again though. Maybe GEHC. I'm back down to where just underneath where I shorted it, but I'm out of it. Well, we don't know trade 22. We don't know because we don't have any data on it. And as I was saying, I don't think too many brokerages will have shorts available to short this one. So it's going to be awfully hard to know. Again, if somebody who has Centerpoint who's in the room, they can probably. I think I asked that question, and I think Centerpoint had shorts yesterday. So the builders now are starting to. The builders are all time highs up here, all time highs. So the builders are now, taking it on the chin too now. I mean, it's still 90% centile, in terms of its lifetime range, but these were all-time highs up here. And Lennar, probably the same sort of look. LAN, yeah, same look. Even worse though. And then KBH was an all-time high, had earnings just a while back. Same thing. Now this was a little more erratic. I might be thinking of another one. No, maybe not. I think this was an all-time high up here for KBH. Yeah, $55. So we're starting to see the home builders really starting to fade here. That was the old me, John. The new me now is only into stocks that are $100 or more. But Liam, I mean, those high rates have been around now for a year or a year and a half, and yet the home builders, that's what I couldn't quite understand. The home builders were kept moving higher and higher and higher. Mortgage rates were high all through this. I don't know, maybe it's finally catching up. We have a little bit left on our mortgage here in Canada, and man, my 1.69 is looking really good. It'll be over by then. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, the stock's $130. I mean, it depends on your account size. I mean, it is still all about the percentage move, but you're right. I mean, it can be very difficult. Now, this just showed up, guys. GAM B just showed up in the option scanner. And this is an IPO back here. I don't know. Well, it's not an all-time high, but it's up there. GAMB. But guys, I really have, I mean, obviously, with the market doing what it's doing, I have a tough time going long anything right now. So even though this looks really interesting, I don't even know where the next high is. Okay, so on a monthly basis, this is back in November of 2021. The high was 1697. So I mean, you look at a monthly chart, it's got some room. Yeah, this seems like just a big fade into the close now. I don't see any pop. I've tried a couple of times starting at 12:15. So we had that hour of okay, maybe the market will start to recover a bit, but you might be right, Edith. I know that's the high of the day, and traders thinking like that, picking out the high of the day, H hit. Well, wait a minute, it's already done it. 12:30. When did you post that? 2:38. Shoot, I was actually going to put a price alert at the high of the day. Oh well. Well, let's see where this one will open. This entertainment purposes only. 2028 is the halt, and there's your projection that'll change. I doubt if it's going to open there, but yeah, Google used to be there in the FANG stocks. That was what Facebook, Apple, Netflix, and Google. Was that what it was? Well, most stocks, okay, you're absolutely right. They're probably safe in that they'll never get halted, but most of the things, most of the things don't get halted. I mean, these odd ones get halted. Oh, you're talking about this blue screen? Look at, yeah, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. I should always mention it. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? So of course it has resumed and now it's trading away. It's time and sales. If you have Interactive Brokers, it's time and sales. Okay, guys, you know what? Thank you for not letting me do it. I almost did it. I always said, you know what? Just take a little bit of this. Looks like it's going to hold 21, and I didn't do it. Is AMC? What is AMC doing? I haven't seen AMC for a while. Yeah. Well, listen, I mean, if you just look at it as a trading stock, I mean, 528. Yeah, 528 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. What's Ape doing? Is Ape gone yet? Well, there's the mod earlier on in the day, guys. It did nothing basically all day, but now it's starting to move somewhat. But I mean, one of the uglier looking charts you're going to see in a 15 minute chopping up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. But you know what? There is some volume coming in. There is volume coming in. Low float, 17.8 million in the float. I mean, after hours high was 153. I just can't get a good feel for this one though. There was an announced a partnership with Philips Medisize, okay, to expand insulin delivery alternatives. Oh my goodness, look at this Elvin. I mean, we're just talking about it right here about 1663, so now 1714. I was wondering if it could take out that 17. Well, it did. Next high is 1750 for Elvin, ELVN. Okay, guys, back to the super cheap ones for me. None of this $100 nonsense. We do see this though, in all seriousness. We do see sort of these sort of moves later on in the day, kind of the ones that have been not so much this well, 20 million in the float, but this one is crazy. I mean, it didn't have any trading in the pre-market. Where the VWAP is way down here at $16. Travis, I'm not a spy player, so I think I see what you're looking at. Maybe a big bottoming tail there, but I'm not a spy player at all. I mean, right now, yeah, there's a bottoming tail, so some buying coming in, but is that going to be what time is it right now? 2:50, so 10 minutes for this to close. To me, there's no reason to buy this yet. Guys, look at CVS. Doggone it. I mentioned this one when it was 66. Now look what CVS is doing, guys. It's having a nice little rally here. Type it in correctly. CVS having a nice little rally here off that 66. 66.15. That was the VWAP, actually. I didn't realize that. So it sort of kind of held the VWAP for quite a while. But I mean, again, look at this topping tail. I mean, it's just not a lot of follow through. Not yet, anyway. No, this still looks pretty bleak, Travis, in terms of the SPY. That was a bottoming tail, but no more on the 15-minute anyway. From our YouTube room, serious question. How do you manage and keep track of so many ideas? Do you consider yourself a very quick thinker? I don't know about a quick thinker, but I mean, I've been doing this for a while, so I kind of can size things up fairly quickly now. I mean, if you asked me that, 15 years ago, no, but you do it enough, you start to see similar patterns. You start to be able to read, maybe some news, what could affect the market, size it up pretty quickly. Just experience, I think. I don't know if it's a quick thinking, it's just experience. Yikes. So we had a bit of a positive open to start, and then everything fell apart. So the Dow's down quite a bit. Nas is down quite a bit. Let's take a look at XLK. I mean, that's the next one, guys. I mean, if XLK gives up that 200-day moving average, I mean, I think it's still, yeah, I mean, it's still well above it, but look what's been happening. I mean, this is pretty ominous. I mean, look at this is the major ETF for the tech sector. So look at this. Now we know that financials now, last I looked with the financials, XLF, they were sitting on top. Now they're just a little bit below. So let's take a look at communications too, okay? Communications was way above also, like tech. Communications have kind of held steadily though. Well, it's starting to fall down too. I was looking at this area up here. Remember, in this area here up here for communications, tech was doing this, but communications now is starting to fall. So, the tech sector. You know what? I'm just going to take a look at the at all of the major sectors just to see where they are. For the longest time, I was doing that every day, and then I stopped because most of them are way above the 200-day moving average. So energy is still pretty strong, guys. Okay, now this is still the change from the close. Okay, so energy is still pretty strong. 91% are still positive. These are above yesterday's close. The stocks that make up XLE. But you can see when we looked at this morning, all like communications, technology, all the stocks were all the major sectors were above 50%. Now look at them. So what I want to do now Let's take a look at them with respect again. I want to take a look at materials, XLB. Where's materials with respect to the 200-day moving average? Yeah, look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, these things were soaring up here. And the other one is industrials. Yeah, I mean, you can see they're all kind of falling. Energy with the decent day it's having might look okay, but yeah, I mean, it touched it a couple of times not that long ago, last week. And then the other one is consumer discretionary, which has been the odd one for me. XLY. Yeah, so you can see most of the major indices, most of the major sectors are having a look like this, guys. So we've got two now that are below the 200-day moving average. XLF seemed took forever to get above it, and oh, healthcare is the other one. Healthcare, XLV. Now I don't know if CVS is part of this. Yeah, I mean, you can see CLV. Sorry, XLV, it is starting to move down to the 200. So why do I talk about the 200? It's probably the number one indicator used by everybody in the world, even for people like me who don't use indicators very much. It's widely followed. Is the stock above the 200-day? Good, below, bad? I mean, really in simplistic way. Take a look at the SPY here, just in general. Yeah, so we've had, well, I mean, obviously, with all the major sectors doing this kind of the same thing, but we've had just brief little rallies, but this is definitely now this is maybe, well, this area here, 431, that could be the line in the sand. Could be. But if it takes that out, say tomorrow, then another line in the sand would be here at 426. Okay, guys, I do see that it's 3 o'clock. Just go over my homepage one last time. And of course, you can ask questions as I'm doing this if you want. Okay, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. Whoops, not that. You'll see this. So there's a promo code you can use to take a subscription. 15% off the first month only. Now, if you want a yearly subscription, I can give you a better promo code. You just have to let me know, okay? You have to, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, great. I think it's a very nice course Michael Loss put together. A lot of videos. You don't have to look at them all. Stock of the day, you can sign up for that right here. I do it every day, obviously. So it's called Stock of the Day. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market. It's free. Sent to you before the market opens on Monday mornings. Here is the education section, and here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Okay. Some of the ones you can see, some are on my other monitors. And again, if you want to take out a subscription, all I ask is use my link. Okay, you can save my homepage, and at some date in the future, if you want to take out a subscription, great. Just use my homepage link. It'll help the room immensely. Okay. Of course, and if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want and the education section. Yeah, that is maybe the wildest I've seen in a long time. Now, you know what would be cool if we could close at 1762, which would be the perfect doji, and with a big topping tail, big bottoming tail. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Okay, guys, are there any other questions? Let's stick around if there are. If there are no other questions, look at AI, guys. Boy, remember AI? Remember when that used to be something? I don't mean just this AI, but I'm talking about AI in general. I don't even hear about it anymore. But look at AI, big level for it to try to hold that 30 level. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. As always, thanks for all the help. Get my script together. Okay, guys, so I'm going to wrap this up right now. So, main room open by 8 o'clock. Okay, you can talk amongst yourselves between 8 and 9. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for YouTube and the main room. And YouTubers, you are next.